call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available.
This large Taiwan flag commemorates the very special partnership between the United States and the Republic of China. Today, the ROC, known as Taiwan, remains a steadfast friend and partner in democracy and human rights. Today's flag is carried by the members of the Veterans Affairs Council, ROC, Taiwan.
Please welcome the Kellogg'sville High School Rocket Marching Band from Michigan. With the song to honor our country, let's take a listen. The 2026 National
way across Memorial Bridge to Arlington National Cemetery, where shortly President Trump will place a wreath at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldiers. Shortly afterwards, he'll walk over to the Memorial Amphitheater along with the military leaders. They're all expected to offer remarks.
Welcome back.
You're fantastically little too soon.
In Jefferson Park, Northwest Side, so it wouldn't be that big of a deal. And then we can go have brunch.
You're watching the Freedom 250 National Memorial Day Parade presented by Boeing, and thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely. Get your please reality gun us out. Let's go back to the parade.
Leading our salute riding in the parade today is Korean War legend David Ogden. He's joined
Heart foundations. Bought weapons during the Korean War for $250. Korean stable guy so he could buy a prosthetic leg for his sister. He did 51 missions. Can you imagine that? Thank you, John Deere, for supporting Freedom 250 National Memorial Day Parade after pulling many of today's floats. Our next float honors the memory of the Americans who died in the Korean War, sometimes known as the Forgotten War, and features several surviving.
That's all I call for? What? That's crazy.
in November 1950. Held in a prisoner camp, he tended to the sick and wounded before passing away in that camp 75. Bay High School Marching Band.
The Cane Bay Band represents a diverse musical community featuring concert bands, jazz bands, and chamber ensembles dedicated to service and musical excellence. Let's take a listen.
Hello?
7 million veterans who
Hello?
served along.
Hello?
Here at Backstab, we're here to tell you, welcome home and thank you for your service.
God bless you.
Thank you for your service.
Seabass Productions is the premier developer for the Institute of Heraldry and proud manufacturer of war military awards and insignias. Born and raised as patriots in New England, they're founded by a Marine veteran and have been family-owned and operated for 3 generations. SMP is committed to supporting troops both on and off the battlefield, especially those in crisis.
You know, Maya Lynn was only 21 years old when she created that monument.
Quite a work.
Making their way down Constitution Avenue, proudly representing Northern Michigan, is Kingsley High School and JROTC Band, brought to you today by Music Celebrations International.
The program has a strong commitment and enthusiasm for leadership and service. It's noted for its academic achievements. They're proud to honor the service and sacrifice of veterans while inspiring the next generation of leaders. Let's welcome Casey.
What are you doing today, Steve? I'm watching C-SPAN, the 250-year celebration. Hello? You can come back. I'm watching C-SPAN's 250th anniversary. Happy Memorial Day. What are you doing today, Uncle Steve?
Just open up a pop-up room. That's what I'm doing.
So do you know the etymology of the word atheist?
Probably not as good as I do. Why don't you tell us?
Oh, I haven't looked it up yet, but I think it's kind of ironic how a non-believer in the word atheist, you see what I'm saying? Like if you say it slowly, A is the introductory to the theist, so you have atheist.
I do get what you're saying, and in fact, let me piggyback on that. Can you think of any other word that means a non-believer in something else?
Yeah, probably like a renunciant. There's probably a couple different words. So it says that the word atheist comes from ancient Greek roots and entered modern European languages in the 1500s.
Yep.
Etymology. Term derives from ancient Greek adjective atheos, meaning godless, without God, denying the gods, or impious.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from. In other words, correct me if I'm wrong, but what you're suggesting is wouldn't it be better to call it non-theist rather than atheist? Is that the road you're going down?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah. Can't argue with that. I'm not aware of another word which refers to a non-believer of something else. Hypothetically, Santa Claus, because there's really no descriptive word that says I believe in Santa Claus. That's why I was asking you. How about this one? How about another word that refers to a believer in anything? Anything.
Altruism?
I don't think so. Altruism doesn't refer to a specific topic, does it, or does it?
Altruism, it's versus egoism. So it's non-egoism, which is sacrificing self and others for others.
Yeah, but who doesn't believe in ego? We all know ego exists. So to be a non-believer in ego would be kind of stupid, wouldn't it?
No, that's not true. Alan Watts says the biggest ego trip going is thinking you have an ego. You can't touch it, you can't taste it, you can't feel it, you can't smell it. It does not exist. It's a concept, just like the GOD, or even being GAY. You know, I mean, you think you got GAY rights? Unfortunately, that's a concept, just like the GOD. So,
Go ahead.
We have a problem with people forcing concepts down our throats. And
let's hit the nail on the head before we go down another pathway. Can you think of any other word that refers to non-believer of anything specific?
Yeah, I've got a client coming, but yeah.
5 minutes. 5 minutes. I'll be back. Thanks.
Who said altruism is the meaning of believing in everything?
me.
Can someone define what's your definition of altruism?
Well, if I look at the word and I were to make up my definition, it would be that all things are true. And
Oh, okay, great. So you made it up on your own.
yeah, thank you.
Really good.
Is that okay?
No, I don't think it's okay, but if you think it's okay, it's subjective to you. Good for you, bro.
Altruism
Gets us nowhere.
means benefit of all or what good for all, something like that.
Oh, kind of seems pretty close to what I said.
No, it's not a belief.
Oh, we got a 250-year celebration happening live. My friend is here.
Can I get you guys to check on my photo for 1 second?
Yeah, I see it.
What do you think?
Wait, let me actually look at it.
I'd
Let's
like to check out his photo.
see. Damn, bro. Can you update to put John Kitover in place for Andrew Tate, please? So, gentlemen, I have a second room open called 250 Years Celebration in the Ayn Rand House.
That's where I am.
I know, but I'm in Dr. Steve's atheism house, and I'm trying to.
Fuck doctors. Fuck
And by the way, thank you all. I was supposed to send a text a half hour ago and I forgot. JCC, thank you.
You're all my pleasure.
Yeah, fuck him. I'm in this room. That's where I'm at. So, John, thank you for booming the room last night and saving, what's his name? Amin from committing suicide. Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate that. Even though it was a little annoying that you did boom the room, but it was still, I think, in the end, the right choice because he was getting cornered. He had the knife to his throat.
Yeah.
So, thank you very much.
Daniel Nero put him in the corner.
He gets to live another day.
I just want to say something about the word atheism. It says that the word was rarely, if ever, a self-description in antiquity. So, Steve, if you were alive in the 1500s, you wouldn't be calling yourself an atheist. It was mostly used as an accusation to accuse someone of being without God.
Yeah, I was going to say very quickly, fair enough, since I'm not schooled on that, but do I presume correctly that we still do not have another single word that specifically refers to denial of belief of any particular topic? We still have not thought of one current word. Is that correct? Besides atheist. Is that correct? Okay, it's correct. Okay.
I would share in Islamic history the word mulhid was.
Oh my God!
So
You're fucking
actually
teaching
now
English
mulhid
again?
means someone who.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Load is
The
fucking
original
garbage, man.
meaning
These fucking people are horrible.
is equal to deviant. Also,
It's
They
not-
just want to be gay, bro. They just want to be gay.
It's nihilism. Nihilism is the word you're looking for, Steve. Or skepticism.
Nihilism means a lack of belief of exactly what.
nothing about
Or illusory.
So, nihilism is just the meaning that nothing has inherent meaning. Meaning is applied by the thinking agents. That's what nihilism is.
Well, the definition I have here is it's an active rejection.
He's a Nimrod.
JCC.
Why do you let JCC speak? This guy's a Nimrod.
JCC, you're a mod. Do whatever you think.
Oh, they gave him mods? What is
JCC,
up, man?
I got kicked. JCC
You know
kicked
what?
him
I
too.
not only like JCC, I trust JCC.
You trust
And
JCC, that's the
you-
fucking problem.
I don't know who the fuck you are. So, if that's
He's
the
my
first thing
friend.
you're gonna say to me,
Hello.
I couldn't give a rat's ass what you think, but just going back really quickly, We all agree that the word atheism means a lack of belief in God. Those that don't believe in God, those that disbelieve God. I did ask the question, is there any other word in the English language that refers to a lack of belief, a disbelief, or not believing in one particular topic? And so far, nobody has been able to come up with that word. But we can talk about anything.
You could just simply say non-believer.
But non-believer in what? That's my question. In what?
Well, it's the same definition that you gave for atheism, so critically guilty, right? Like, if we use language like this, you automatically know what we're talking about. You say non-believer. Let me finish it. Okay, what's that about?
Clarify what you not believe. Non goes with it. Non find books. Right? There's a creation. Non-believer. You say me, not
Yes, and to piggyback on what JCC said, the term non-believer can be used.
Okay, these guys. I mean, I use Grok to get all the answers, to get all the words, and so it's pointless listening to Steve and JCC. But gentlemen, welcome to 250 years of celebration. And I just want to say, if you were to live 125 years, and then you were to live another 125 years, that would be 2 lifetimes to witness all of the glory that America has created and shared with the world.
I'm proud to be American.
I'm proud to be an American.
Proud to be an American. America. And I'm also proud that we're in the Middle East stealing their fucking oil, man. So happy. I'm really happy about that. I'm really happy about liberating Israel to their people. Which I heard the most ridiculous comment the other day. They said the Palestinians have A1 blood.
Yeah,
I just wanted to start laughing like hysterical.
So you're saying that women, it seems like they kill all themselves?
That the J1s are still there.
Yeah,
and they should have land.
I think his point
And
is
they're
like
justifying that
simple
Muslims
and valid. Like
how does that make sense? What do you say, John? I'm gonna repeat the statement. They said the J1s are the Palestinian people.
Yeah, no, that was a super good point. That Sully didn't object to. You're right. That was definitely what just happened. Something else.
Is Judaism as this.
It's like putting on the person. It's like interfaith putting on the persona of a rabbi.
Yeah, it feels like
Feels like a winter. Dun, dun, dun,
it's
dun,
like Judaism. I love it.
dun, 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 dun.
This is like
Hello. Hello.
Oh, definitely.
Hello.
Shit. Well, what I'm trying to say here is right. Is that these so-called Ishmaelites, can we call them that from here on out? Can we say that? I'd rather say Ishmaelite, because that is biblical. You know, the outcast, the donkey. Let me go to verse. Let me go to this verse really quick. It says here in Genesis 16:12 about Ishmael. He shall be a wild donkey of a man. His hand against everyone, and everyone's hand against him, and he shall dwell over against all of his brethren. Ishmael is a donkey of a man. Love that they defend that. That's why I think we should just call them Ishmaelites. content.
Do you mind if we refer to black people as the N-word? He's gone.
Well, let's make this 250-year celebration a meditation. Hello?
Hello, what about me? Hello. What about instead of saying hello, you could say hello? Hello.
Well, isn't it interesting that the first thing you say to somebody is go to hell?
Hello.
Oh.
Up to you.
Oh, hell?
Hell.
Oh, so nice to meet you. What is your name?
No.
Hey, everybody.
Just kick him.
Boy to compare to. But
Wasn't that funny when JCC booted you and then I was like, wow, what is...
I didn't have anybody to base it on. I was like an experiment because I was the first. So I'm already used to kind of like a dramatic family anyway. But I mean, it's just. I mean, if there's nothing you can do, sometimes maybe she just needs to vocalize.
I'll recommend as
Hello?
a man who knows nothing is that'll help. That's all.
Well, happy 250 years, everybody. I've been watching the C-SPAN ticker tape parade.
Oh my God, where did this guy come from? Oh my God, hopefully that was helpful to you, Anne.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
A man who is so unbelievably sensitive and realizes how to read the room. Of all people on Clubhouse, you were the most adept at it.
Sensitive man, good room reader.
Also, if you didn't hear it, it's extreme sarcasm. You're welcome.
You see, when somebody says it's sarcasm, that's when you know it's projection.
Is it though? Is it? Maybe it could be.
Yeah, you can't be
You
sarcastic.
see the projection, and thus you're holding up a mirror and of sarcasm, saying, "Look at that."
No, I mean, the thing is, when I hear projection...
I mean, take that in a minute. It may be a little truth again.
I know that's when you say take it in, give it a minute, you're really telling yourself, you know what? I should take it in and give it a minute. That's projection again.
I do.
It's all projection.
Oh, you take it in?
See, when
Do you
people...
give it a minute when you take it?
I'm very good at taking it in, yeah.
When people say that...
Wow, I can only imagine.
Can anyone here define altruism? I know we probably have a lot of pseudo-intellectuals in this room. Anybody here think they can explain to me the word altruism?
Yeah, it's like a selfless kindness for other humans.
But is it really so selfless and kind when you have to sacrifice yourself or others for others? Is that really kind for the self or the other?
It can be. I mean, when you sacrifice eating ice cream, is that kind to that side of you that eats vegetables?
Well, you're Jewish, right?
By birth.
Oh, you're a birth Jew? Or the other. So Jesus is really the first true altruist. And, people on this app are very frivolous. And really, they're not really interested in knowledge or trading. And I think, you could call it like pure entertainment because it doesn't cost you anything other than maybe your Wi-Fi or cell phone, to come here to participate in this experience of projection.
Well, you probably think that app is all about dopamine. But of course, I would be projecting onto you when I said that.
Well, I'm drinking an espresso, and
Well, so what you're saying is that I'm drinking an espresso. You're projecting.
I am drinking an espresso, but
I'm drinking an espresso.
But I am not an espresso. I am a man. And as Kristen said, Kristen attacked me as soon as she could.
I thought she was flirting with you.
Oh, you thought that was flirtation?
She said she's really good at taking it in.
Oh. Which hole? So, what I'm trying to say is that on our 250-year celebration, it wasn't until 2026 that Anon became a thing. And then we were able to listen unobstructed to countless people, day in and day out, waste all of their precious little time.
Is today really the 250th? I thought it was on the 4th of July. So I'm retarded. No, you're not.
Just being retarded.
Lovely. You're not retarded. You're lovely. I'm not quite sure what he's saying about the 250th. 200 what? What is this about?
The 250th Memorial Day?
Well, I don't know if that's accurate, because when did they begin, you see? Maybe it is, but I don't know enough to say today. When did Memorial Day begin? I thought maybe it was after World War II. So, technically it wouldn't be 250th anniversary. Alan, do you ever know? Alan, is today the 250th?
Is today what?
The 250th Memorial Day?
Who's saying it was?
Edmund.
You've been saying it is?
Edmund.
Oh, Edmund?
Nobody's called him Edmund for a while. I remember we should go back to Edmund.
It is, what's his name? Kitover. That he was saying that it was the 250th anniversary of Memorial Day, and I have to argue with that, Alan. I don't know. Just because of my own ignorance, because I thought it was Memorial Day. I don't know when exactly it began.
Well, there's this interesting and useful tool called Google. Has no one bothered?
I've never heard of that. What is Google? I've been hearing a lot about it, but
Is it an AI? Is it an AI
I'm actually quite
company?
busy right now. I would think that he would take the time to, if he's going to say such a thing, that he would take the time to.
Yeah, I was watching C-SPAN. There's a big parade happening in Washington, D.C. right now. Alan, I got a quick question for you. Alan.
Well, you're both wrong.
Alan.
Oh, really?
Memorial Day is 158 years old.
So no, it's not 250.
Thank you, Alan.
But no, it's not.
Thank you, Yawn.
250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence from Great Britain.
Excuse me, Alan is talking right now.
Oh, sorry. Somebody
Just
from
a
my
moment.
audience
Just a
wanted me to tell you
Just
that.
a moment. Alan is speaking right now. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. But you are not a moderator.
Yes, but you're not either. So just a moment and let Alan begin. Thank you.
And I was almost done, just in case you were wondering. Sometimes it's okay to let people believe what they want to believe. Now, in the case of someone who says, I'm a trans woman, no, not so much. But believing that Memorial Day has been a tradition that's gone on for hundreds of years, kind of a harmless one.
This is the 250th year of America. So you were right about that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not celebrated until the 4th of July.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
Alan, has a woman ever in your life told you, Alan, I love the way you sound?
The room full of cameras and cell phones going, and that's why she broke up.
Hello?
He's a little sore about
Hello?
That's not entirely accurate. I don't believe that she found the room full of cameras so much as she found the YouTube channel full of videos. And then she said, I'm sorry, but I could never introduce you to my parents. I'm sorry, but you're have a good night.
I met a chick who's a comedian, and she has a YouTube channel with 15,000 videos, and she's like a very successful YouTube creator. And she looked at my YouTube. She's like, yeah, I could never date you and introduce you to my parents.
Well, I've had similar experience.
Hello?
First of all, let me just say, I don't think John is ever, and don't take this as a challenge, John, but I don't think John has ever done or said anything to me that would warrant me mocking the way a girlfriend broke up with him. Because if, in fact, a woman broke up with him over the reasons that were just stated, I would think that would be rather hurtful. So I would think that you may have thought that was so far to walk that out. Responded with a base and sexually charged joke. I'm rather proud of that.
Yeah, how do you view values?
Okay.
How do you view values in like a dating arrangement? Because a lot of women will say to me, I need to know your politics before we go out on a date, which is really telling me what are your values? So in the game of my values are more superior to your values, isn't that just the red flag you're looking for, from a supposed partner, as opposed to like some vacuum consumer creature, from the third layer of hell? Hello?
Used to be like for people who are 50, 60, 70 years old, like who gives a shit? Like I like this person.
Yeah.
Like Alan was saying, like I like this person, I get along with them. Who cares if we have different politics? Can we build a life?
Hello?
Who gives a fuck,
Hello?
let me read
Hello?
it a different way.
Okay.
Whether you're compatible with someone depends on a whole host of variables, of which political viewpoints is only one small part of it. And when a person places, and now here's the thing for you, John, if you're going on with the friend, the first thing she says, well, I need to know your political viewpoints, and et cetera, what is telling you is giving you the information that she is hypersensitive to political viewpoints. And that becomes a very I don't live in Massachusetts. I live in Maine, but yes, it does get worse. All right, listen. Are you from Maine?
No, I'm from DC, but I've been here about 15. I've been here about 15 years. I know you're from Mass.
Okay, let me explain
Thank you for the
what we
invite.
do. I don't know if they do it in Maine, but we do it in Massachusetts.
I would very much like
Let's
to do
say
that.
two lanes are merging. I'm not going to look at you. I'm going to keep you in the corner
Well,
of
you're an
my eye.
idiot.
Oh,
You're an
one
idiot.
day soon.
No, I'm looking at you.
You're an
Unfortunately,
asshole, sir.
at the moment,
But let me
because
finish.
I have
I've
been
got you
debanked.
in the corner of my eye, but I'm psyching you out by making you think I'm not looking at you, so you
My
blink
apartment
first.
has my
But yeah,
life
you're
savings.
insane.
Yeah,
We
no,
know what we call you guys.
massholes, I know.
Assholes.
Yes,
And
yes.
Alan, are you familiar with the term that I sometimes talk to people about, which is called the Boston block?
I've never heard that one. What is
Well,
that?
That's when you want to
I
leave,
do
like you want to
have
leave a gas station and you got to
excellent
yield to both lanes of traffic. You're like pulling out of a
saltwater
gas station and nobody's letting you go. So you just pull the out and you just block the lane of traffic and you wait for the other lane to stop.
Oh, you
Oh, I
should
see
really
people do that all the time.
I've
You
seen
should
that in California.
slope the
Do you
garage.
both utilize your blinker or your signal? What do you
Incremental service.
individually call that thing? I'm
No.
curious.
So it's called the blinker, but it's officially called the turn signal. But
Some
people like
say
Alan
blinker.
would say blinker.
Blinker, yeah.
I'm just curious
Thanks
because
for
it is
the
interesting
chance to
regionally what they
service.
call it. Okay, thanks. Fine. Okay, continue.
Yeah, it's a blinker. I used my blinker to go to the packy.
Do you
when I
guys
was
use it?
making a left.
Oh,
You
thanks
know,
for
my
the
friend, I remember
thanks for the
reminding
offer of fun and joy.
that my driving instructor in
Really
high
soon.
school told me to do that. He said, look, if you got
He
to
said,
get
do the block? Oh my God, what a psycho.
inch
Thank
out,
you for the
What
invite.
the
I would
fuck?
very much like to experience that one day soon. Unfortunately, at the moment, because I have been debanked.
Just block them. Oh
It's
my
So
sort of-
God.
could
Now,
be risky
blocking
unless I get
two
wrong,
lanes
but
of
I do
traffic,
have
no.
an excellent
But
physical
inching out to make a
you should
right.
slip the guns.
But inching out to get visibility, yes. But doing the Boston block, no. And now, excuse me, I got to go and teach a driving lesson.
Oh, enjoy.
Do you really?
I don't know. But
That would be funny. But
Thank
Does anybody while driving at a stoplight and there's 2 lanes and you make it a left, you go to the nearest lane or the one to the right?
No, you're supposed to go to the nearest lane.
Yeah, I do that. Nobody does that.
No?
No.
Oh my goodness.
And you're always supposed to drive on the right side of the lane, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah.
Saltwater fish book.
Is that in New York? Yeah.
I live in Pennsylvania, though.
Oh,
Drink the
Right.
Shevitz and tread chanting
I've
some
never
Shabbos.
been to Pennsylvania, but I've never
Stay.
stayed there for any extended period of time. So I don't know how they drive.
Are you in New York?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, I'm in California.
Oh, see, I never knew it.
So I never what?
No, I just didn't know where you were. I don't usually ask people where they are, so I just never. But since you guys are on the subject, I just wanted to know where you were.
Yeah. But, John, if you're still there, yeah, I mean, it's a red flag. Because, no, it is. Because it's like, and on one hand, I can understand it. On the other hand, well, I can understand it because it's whipped up now to where especially for someone on the left, if you don't agree on like on transgender issues, then you're people, they're committing suicide. They're being targeted.
All the things. Okay.
Yeah, right. And it's like, and it's like, I don't want to be political disagreements were never framed in the light of if you disagree with me, you're killing people.
Yeah, that's very true. So are you experiencing that on the regular?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I'm married.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Ellen, would you just call?
This is the thing is that I know that yet to really know much about you as a person because you state a lot of things about your thoughts and opinions, but not really divulging. So forgive my ignorance.
No, it's okay, Kristen. I used to reveal a lot, and then I realized the personal you reveal about yourself may be used against you at a later date, as we just saw. John discussed, has revealed his phones or his dating, and people were making.
Oh, no. See, here's the clever thing that I have to kind of put myself on the back for is he was really cranky, and there's something that happened he said that I realized, I'm like, oh, his girlfriend broke up with him, and he was really egging me on. He was being very unkind. And so I just started his bullshit. And so I put one and one together about his behavior, and I made a calculated guess that he was recently broken up with his girlfriend, and it probably had to do with something with the technology that he utilizes, which is very strange. And I was actually correct. It was a guess.
Well, I just want to.
He didn't have to confirm or deny, but he happened.
Hello.
On the other hand,
Hello.
John, I bet you met a girl who looked at your phone setup and said, "Oh my God, this is great."
Exactly.
Well, it's all about the way you frame it. So, if I actually start bringing in guests to do podcast interviews, it just makes it more credible to make it more professional. So I think the critique of what I'm doing is that it's rather unprofessional, not that it's stupid, but I'm using the technology and the platforms in the way that it's intended to be used, which is, for communication. But again, I just think the critique of my work is maybe it's less than professional, which I think is fine because it's actually a comedy show. And guess who's on it? You.
Yeah, and I put myself out there, and I definitely am comfortable with my vulnerability. And I'm also willing that if somebody wants to use it as a weapon, then go ahead and do so. Just be prepared for the backlash that
absolute chaotic mess. And like, the guy felt, I found out later, the guy felt uncomfortable, like there was a dog, there was barking, etc. And then he went to the second friend, whose house was immaculate, whose kinds of cues. And if your studio or your setup looks people are going to be sensitive, which necessarily affect the way you create content, just as the way the studio looks. In my show, if you are bringing people now that you're dealing with outside noise, then yeah, it might be worth, it doesn't, when it rolls through that is exactly that would be
It's always in need of adjustment. And sometimes politically savvy people, I'm sure, actually go the opposite route of what they think is their value associated to the party. And so that just means rotation. And, when you see who the Democrat leaders are, what kind of content they create, that's all you need to know. Whenever you just mass produce children into content, you are what they are fighting against. They are always projecting onto Donald Trump and maggots their own actual true interior feelings and desires.
That is true.
So if that's so true, why isn't it more obvious to the millions, hundreds of millions of impressions and views of people who just consume the content of the left, liberal, intellectual, woke, LGBTQ, CRT, BLM, DEI?
Well, I'm just curious, since you and I don't really get along very well, and I just wonder why you sent me a friend request on Instagram. Don't you just want to leave me alone?
Hate to burst your little bubble there, Kristen, but I have no idea who you are. And if I added
you... Yeah, but you do, and it's been twice.
Well, it's just like your opinion, and I don't know who you are.
I mean, you must have people working for you that do things for you. Is that what's going on?
No, what I do is I pick up my phone agnostically, and I don't really know which phone I'm even on because I have 100 phones. And what I do sometimes is when a platform like Instagram, about 30 ads.
Okay, cool. Well, I was just wondering because it definitely a double message.
So happy to have this little
chat with you. And then want to be my friend on Instagram, so it's kind of weird.
Oh, that's okay.
No, it isn't, Kristen. You've never heard of the boy dipping the girl's hair in the inkwell because he secretly likes her?
Well, yes, I have, and that's why I kind of wonder, and I'd like to question in public because I'm like, well, put dick in my hair and ink.
Hello?
Well, his motivations, I don't know, but I did want to say, John, the reason why people aren't onto this is because I'm assuming your IQ is over 100. And I'll assume it's even over 110.
Hello?
And you have to have a certain IQ
Hello?
in order to understand the statement that you just made about people projecting their own feelings onto others. It not only requires a higher IQ, but it also involves an understanding of psychology, projection, how people think and work, and how people operate emotionally, etc., etc. And if you're wanting to discuss this with people, then you need to package it so that the average intelligence in the U.S. is 98. So you need to package it.
You can try to package it. You can try to package it, but it's really just a question of, like you said, IQ, but it's really whether or not the person is willing to consider a new concept. And that concept is that all communication is hypnosis. And for some people, they get that. Some people reject that, and then they're basically incapable of resolving the paradox because they are so rationally programmed to think linearly, I guess.
Well, look, here's the other part of it. People, generally speaking, people's minds are only changed by trusted friends in real life. That's psychological truth number one. Psychological truth number two, which is the Democrats have figured this out. That's why they want CRT and all of that other race theory and gender stuff taught in kindergarten.
It's not race theory, Alan. It's race therapy.
I know. Because they know if you teach it to a child, the child just assumes it's true, and then it's now part of their like the better way to put it is the Jesuits said, give me a child before the age of Christ, and I'll have a soldier for Christ. No, give me a child before the age of 5, and I'll have a soldier for Christ for life.
Yeah, the seer.
They understood. Get them while they're young, and then.
Yeah, it becomes the bedrock of all of their intellectual aspirations.
Correct. So if your goal is to create some sort of viewpoint, people will pick up on that very quickly. Now, I will say I went just, if that's the view, straighten out the, it's cluttered. Straighten out the pictures.
With 180-degree 25 cell phone array that can live stream on YouTube and Instagram. But the thing is, it's like Clubhouse is just immediate content for free. It's a great place to really listen in to how people waste their time. And it's just amazing how, Patty's Room, Politically Correct, is always the Trump projection echo chamber. But then I just love when people start talking about the weather and, other irrelevant things, and they get off topic. And it's because even they themselves are exhausted with their echo chamber.
Yeah, I know. And I've always known that when I go, and I just got tired of it, but going into those rooms, I always knew it was like, okay, here we have another black, we've got another conservative.
Hello?
Let's all.
Hello?
Hello? For fun. And yeah, I got tired of being the white guy they attack. Especially since Douglas is the one who took over that room. He's just insufferable. And an absolute liar.
Yeah, he's a real snake. What was that?
Yeah.
Right. He is.
Yeah, snake is the correct word.
Yeah, he's a real snake person.
If you listen carefully, we called him out on it, early on. He never states his actual opinion. You will say, well, I think the military should get involved. And he will then, well, I've got an article here that says the military getting involved is a huge mistake. And now you're arguing against an article which, unless you read it, it could actually say the opposite of what it says. It doesn't matter. He's just picked out this article. He does a quick Google search, picks out an article contrary to whatever you said. So, but I went in one day and he had the whole room is crazy. That there should be voter ID. I mean, all of the leftist talking points, they were agreeing with.
Thing is, like, see, part of this experience from a game perspective is not to like go down these people's holes and play their game. So it's like part of the game for me is just recording them being horribly obnoxious, angry, mean, nasty people like Jason. And I think that's part of my like revenge tour and roast, you know, where I see, because I know like even a lot of people who watch my stuff, it's not like the same for them, meaning that like I'm doing this for me because I hate some of the people here. And when I can mock them and record them and embarrass them or make them think like, you know, oh, this fucker's recording us. I fucking hate this fuck. Like that's part of my 5D game that really gives me great joy. And that's as far as I can take it. You know, I can't like push buttons. I would never make death threats. I would never try to humiliate somebody and demean them by calling them a low IQ, ignorant piece of trash. And you know they are. And you know that all the shit that they project onto Trump is actually how fascist and crazy they would be if they were the ones in power. But they're too lazy to ever attempt to even try to get into power, because they're on this stupid fucking app running their stupid fucking mouth. So I just love trying to like, you know, let people know, just tap them on the shoulder and just walk on by and say, hey, I'm listening. And it's a little bit like they're talking in a forest and nobody's listening. And like, I'm that guy who can come by and be like, hey, you're wasting all your time.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, first, yeah, I agree with what you say about them, and I think really there's very few people on this app that I could say I actively dislike. And most people, like even, I don't know if you were in the room, like even Ray Abia, he has like said some really vile things to me. But I don't dislike the guy. And then last night, we ended up talking about, we got on to boxing and we were talking about that. And then we ended up talking about movies and how boxing was portrayed in movies and which Sylvester
Hello?
movie was better.
Hello?
Which character was
Hello?
better, et cetera.
Yeah, people's personalities are vast and their interests are vast. And so you can actually connect with anybody eventually. But I'm just saying that from like the opportunity cost observational perspective, when you see how much time, you know, because I have multiple recording studios where I have, you know, 15 phones pointed towards one stupid phone and long and can go for an 8-hour session. So, you know, I'm actually thankful that they do what they do because like content, you know, that people create here. And so from my perspective, I always want to go back towards the book and say, fuck these people and go back to the good things in my life, which is the books, not these trash dinner for schmucks people. And, you know, I realized one day I was like, I have to stop recording Pepe, because if people watch my content and they hear Pepe, that's basically me speaking and they think that I am Pepe. So I have to go back towards books. I can't waste my life recording low value content, which is low value people.
Yeah, I agree. And the fact, and morally, Dan, like 2 years ago, he's on the app and he's got a newborn baby that's crying and that he's feeding while he's on the app. So that newborn is now 3 or 4 years old. 2, 3, yeah. If he's at home, he should be a parent to that kid. Period. he should not be on this app. It's really a failure as a parent.
Well, I'm not here to judge. I'm here to like mock and humiliate.
I'm judging, and I say that because at a certain point.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
It was very simple. I was not setting a good example for my kid if he sees me yelling into a telephone all day long. So
yeah.
I left the app, and that was it.
If you were,
as he got older, and now, he's out of the house, etc., etc. He's more mature as a person. Then I came back to the app.
Well, if your child observes you reading a book and you happen to have, a social audio conference call app open recording your book so other people might enjoy it, well, that's exercising knowledge. But if... Yeah.
But at the same time, now I've just given them a directive. I told him, get off the phone and start reading again. So he started reading again.
Hello? Hello?
So great. And he was on the computer and on the phone all day long. Unless I'm like, we gotta go here.
Hello?
So.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you can use your phone with a book. That's the joy. That's the joy, is merging the modern addiction with the old, database, because books are just databases. And so if you read a book out loud and you invest 15 minutes a day to 45 minutes a day to maybe 2 hours a day to maybe 4 hours a day, reading out loud, that experience integrates the knowledge at a much higher level than reading silently. Because when you read silently, you're jumping and thinking about other things. But when you record it, you can listen to the replay and then really get deeper integration and do more contemplation. Because even John Locke said, it's not what you read, it's really how you're processing it, integrating it, etc. So,
well, congratulations, John. You're the second person I've met
a book
in my life who said that. And I say that because one semester, I forget, either I ate something or I drank something, and my stomach was nauseous, or whatever it was, I couldn't sleep. So I spent the night, I had a psychology course, I spent the night reading the textbook for that course, and I read it out loud, because I knew reading out loud how I came to that realization and conclusion. But I realized if I read it out loud, I'll remember it more easily. So
no, that's exactly how I feel it. I have to read it out loud for me to comprehend it.
Yeah. But I read that entire book, the entire textbook, that night, and I never studied for that course again, and I got an A. Just from that one night.
Yeah, I always tell people studying to pass the bar exam or the LSAT to dedicate some time to recording complicated material and then listening to yourself reading it. And it just amazes me. It's like, people don't know how to actually express their First Amendment right, meaning that because people don't want their identity attached to their online content, people are living in fear of actually creating and using their brain to improve their brain. And then we're like, well, no shit. But this is the problem with our education system, is that we really have we've neutered people's ability to truly learn, because we silo everything, we privatize everything. We don't allow people to actually express their creative research because of the identity privacy concerns. But yet, the whole thing is completely monitored, stored in order to deliver future advertisements to you. So I'm just saying that to me, as someone who creates a lot of content, I just wish other people had the courage, the values of the moral strength to actually record themselves being intelligent and creating knowledge and reading books and educating themselves and educating others. Because stupid people like Bima, who's not necessarily stupid, and I like her and she's a sweetheart, but individuals like Bima, who would push back on what I'm saying, they believe that I've heard Bima say this 3 days ago now, and I was still shocked. She said, if you are not actively trying, but we have a political ideological problem. So, that's why I say, like, I don't even want to spend time debating or conversating to emotionally and intellectually engage with people who are actually very emotionally unstable and intellectually tentative. Hello?
It's actually, I think she's well read, because a couple of weeks ago, she started rattling off all of these titles of books. Now, granted, they were what one might categorize as self-help / psychology books. Yet they were all books that I knew of. So to me, that indicated, okay, she's done some reading, and certainly she has her perspective. The mistake lots of people make is the idea that everybody has their different interests, and dare I say, racial issues are not everybody's cup of tea, or breaking down systemic racism is not everybody's cup of tea. And there are people who have different interests about different aspects of life, and they get to focus on those. And someone else telling you, yeah, but this particular issue should be the most important issue in your life, and if it isn't, you must be a bad person, and there must be something wrong with you. Again, they're projecting their own values onto other people. And it's just, whether it's right or wrong, it is a disconnect with reality. I mean, some people like hockey. Some people, they're probably Canadians, but the fact is, some people like hockey, some people like basketball, some people like football, some people like reading books, some people like watching TV. Imagine if I told you, no, you should be reading books. You read books or something. You're more than you read books. Yeah, but you should be every day that's supposed to be a balance. But if I been all over Europe, I have no passports. 3, 4, the playoffs. Well, no passports. And I don't. I'm tired. I've got a headache. What are you doing? Also, what is your favorite book? I'm curious. I'm a nerd. I love reading. I have over 600 books. I'll have to show you this one book. I'll have to do it on their low. We shall see.
Would you have thought, Edmund, that this is how this app would have turned out?
It's not how this app turned out. There's no turning out of the app. There's no history of the app. It's just a happening. It's every day is something new on this app. So again, it's what Epictetus said, the famous Stoic philosopher. What you carry into the app is what you carry out of it.
Yeah.
So don't expect anything if people aren't carrying. First of all, people aren't even bringing in any real value. It's just kicking the can and playing with turds. This is the dinner for schmucks. like, you know, whoever loser Pepe is in Scottsdale or whatever, you know, with his fucking bullshit. Like, it's entertaining, but at the same time, it's not how I want my life's existence to, you know, observe and absorb content. Fuck no. Do you know how low value that is compared to like listening to a book on philosophy? It's night and day. It's total darkness and absolute shit and low IQ garbage compared to glistening light of brilliance. And so I believe I come from brilliance and I will return to brilliance. But, you know, the people on this app really are for my play, for my amusement, for my control. I don't want to be controlled by people on this app, and that means time control. Mind control is time control. If you can control my time, you are controlling my mind. And if you're more aware of that, you will choose high value content. Because, you know, there's this disabled woman who lives nearby to me, and she can't get out of her house, and she weighs 400 pounds. And, you know, she's going to die in that house. But guess what she's doing as a blob in that house? She's sitting there watching content, consuming tremendous amounts of content as a blob. Netflix and Disney and YouTube and TikTok and Instagram, and the list goes on and on and on. Just that blob barely moves, but that blob's brain really wants content. And so, you know, you and I are no different. And we use this app to fill the space, and the second after second after second. You only have 2.5 billion seconds to live. That's the average lifespan. So every second counts. And what you listen to and what you look at and what you hear and what you say, it all adds up. Why do you think people go to college? They're going to college to get conditioned, to be suggested to engage in content, to come out of there as a much higher level IQ, EQ. It's all self-improvement, self-development, self-help, psychological development, training. And no one is anything until you've been challenged and have had great difficulty. So, you know, you aren't just who you are. You are also who your enemies are. You know, do you actually really have any enemies? Do you actually test the freedom of speech? How do you experiment with the freedom of speech? That's the big thing, is every single second is technically an experiment. And how you are, you know, this app is basically an experiment setup. Every single room is just like a laboratory experiment, especially if there's replays. And then you can go back and analyze how people are engaging and what the community participation is. For example, Monica, I think, spent 3 hours the other day talking about the black guy in the park in Manhattan who gave the dog treat to the dumb Karen who took the dog off the leash. And Monica wanted to play the devil's advocate for the woman against the guy. And it's like, over the course of 3 hours, we have had so many emotional experiences, so many illogically stupid observations. But then when you look at it as a total, you're like, this is so fucking stupid. You dumb, stupid bitch. Play a fucking audiobook for 3 hours. Don't fucking talk about some fucking black guy from 5 years ago in Central Park. You fucking moron. Play a fucking audiobook sometime. Hello? Yeah, Pepe would be great. Imagine if Pepe was like, okay, guys, this app is retarded and I'm stupid, so I'm just going to start playing audiobooks here every day, and I hope you guys will come to my room where I play an audiobook on this or that. And I'd be like, okay, great. You know, because that's the thing, is nobody is gaining any knowledge from listening to Pepe. So, and Pepe is gaining no knowledge himself. Like, think of this as a college classroom. You guys are all just a bunch of dunces dressed up as clowns in a classroom throwing spitballs at each other. Did you guys ever get out of the 5th grade? I mean, you guys are throwing food fights all day long. Read a fucking book on this app for 15 minutes. Use it to improve your brain. Hello? Hello?
Well, I realize.
Hi, Soma. My favorite book is The Tao Te Ching, or The Book of Changes by Lao Tzu. That's impressive. You have 600 books. Send me a picture of all your books when you get home.
You wait an hour just to have a 30-second response. Whereas, if you were on Twitter, you saw somebody who said something you disagreed with, 30 seconds later, you posted your response and you were done.
That was insufferable when we used to do PTR order. That was annoying. And then by the time that they got to you, the conversation had shifted so much that you couldn't even comment on the thing you were wanting to comment on.
Well, you can take notes and come back to it. I mean, I use Grok to actually just answer a lot of the queries or conversations that people are having. And then when you read what Grok gives you, you realize how people here really are so wasteful of their time and communication. And I just think it's because people just don't actually engage with information and knowledge. Like, what's her face? Kristen, the cat here, just like, if you don't have something intelligent and concise and topical, and I mean, you're kind of a highly annoying person. And so that's what I call a hap, or an extremely annoying person, an EAP. There are people out there that don't really have anything concise, clear, and intelligent to give you. And so they are technically friction creating people. I think those are the trolls, personally. I don't think, see, when I'm accused of being a troll, I don't think I'm actually a troll. I think I am here to give you an hopefully an exact and precise observation. And unfortunately, people like Ban or Patty or First Lady, these are the real trolls because they can't actually give you a transparent, clear, effective, and accurate diagnosis or observation about reality. And so they're really the real fucking trolls. These liberal elite intellectuals are the biggest fucking trolls because, again, they cannot accurately diagnose, describe, and observe. Thus, they are the real fucking propagandist trolls. They're the gaslighters. They're the annoying, extremely annoying people, and they cause all the friction. It's not the people that bring clarity. Those are the non-friction people. Hello?
So what you're saying is Pepe's a troll.
I mean, I oftentimes, I don't do it as much anymore because this app's too small and there's nobody, everybody will know if I'm trolling and nobody's going to get triggered because they all know who I am. So it's like, why I don't put on that show. Obviously I can trigger people and, it's kind of fun. And I meant a lot what I said too. I had passion. I was angry. And now I'm not nearly angry. And I don't have
But see, Pepe, stirring the pot
much more boring.
Stirring the pot is fun, but eventually you got to grow up and say, okay, stirring the pot every day is not healthy for me, for the person creating a stirred pot.
Stirring the pot was healthy at that time, I think, because we were living. It was the whole fucking. It was a fucking clown world all around. Like it was fucking bizarre. What people took to be like true, and like they had this religious fervor about all of that woke shit, and nobody if you dare speak back, you were just like a horrible person. Fine, fuck you. I'm a Nazi. I'm a racist. I'm just gonna go ahead and say all the things that I believe are true.
Hello?
And
Hello?
But now it's kind of like that woke all that woke shit largely died off. People got sick of it. You have a Republican in power now. People have largely gotten black fatigue. So the whole BLM shit died off. Now what the fuck is there for me to be passionate about? I can just grit and find things, but I think I actually enjoyed what I did, and I was passionate about it. So it was you know, it just kind of came naturally. Now I can't really force that shit. Now I don't really have as much to be passionate about, you know, at least that I'd want to talk about on an app.
Well, I have to say, without Beaver and Matt's rooms, we would be doomed because there's nowhere else for us to go. And I don't like to just sit in the audience and listen to anybody else's rooms, but theirs, because it's just garbage. It's just garbage, and I like to hear Joe talk. Obviously, he's good content, and he helps people learn and understand things. But besides, can you name any other room besides Beaver and Matt's rooms that are good?
What's the one? Jesus. Sometimes I go into, what's the guy's name? Intellectual gangbanging.
Oh yeah, he hasn't been on here in a while.
I know. He really but I go in there because overtly dumb racist shit and you're good. And then he will say, let's hear from the white guy, and he'll make it clear, you know, he clears the room for me so that he'll say I want to hear, and people, you know, if he says I want to hear Alan speak, then people shut up.
Then they'll listen.
Without that, no, I wouldn't have a chance. You know, I might be able to get in about 10 seconds, and then I'll get the white guy out of here. But he'll say, let's hear from the Armenian guy. Or, you know, let's hear from the white guy. And they all know me at this point. Like, his audience knows me, so that helps.
Yeah, he's been gone. Lou Bass.
Yeah. Well, you know, maybe, who knows? There's always real life. You know. The other one is that Uncle Steve in the atheist room.
Oh, God, I can't.
Yeah, you know, I was in there, and there's one guy, Benjamin, who just hates my guts, which I had always known that, but then I was in there a couple of weeks ago, and the Benjamin guy started laying in on me, and then Steve also started in on me, and I was like, okay, you know, now you know, he had seemed cordial, but he was hiding what he actually thought. So that was the end of that. But yeah, I go in there every once in a while. But that's it. Yeah, I mean, there was a lot more content. But hey, we were all stuck in our homes.
Yeah, that's true. I still cannot believe that conservative atheist died.
He died?
Yeah.
How did he die?
He had cancer.
Was it a recent diagnosis and short life, or
Yeah, it was like
had it all along?
no, it was like short. He did get the vaccine and stuff, and the boosters, and then yeah, he died. Gosh, I want to say it was like almost 2 years now.
Oh well.
Can you believe that?
Well, people.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was largely the one that created them, and it wasn't his fault. But I remember his rooms were like the first ones to bring up political issues on Clubhouse. It became all political. It stopped being about NFTs and Bitcoin and these other rooms started. Yeah, I never went. I never went.
Well, I'm sorry it's that, but
Wait, who passed on? I didn't.
I said no offense. I'm sorry it's that.
Who did you say passed on? Conservative atheist guy?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, he was already.
I always drink coffee in the mornings.
Oh, really? You ever add any like Irish whiskey to that coffee, David?
Irish coffees? No, I never had that. No. I've had Mexican coffee before.
What kind of coffee?
Mexican coffee, tequila and coffee.
All I gotta say is, until somebody can actually read a book on this app, and I hear you reading a book, I just think you're still at the Denver Schmucks. It's just my opinion, and I love that movie.
That's a good movie. What was the guy? That was the hot guy. The Steve Carell.
No, well, yeah, Steve Carell and then Zach Galifianakis, and don't just casually watch it, but you have to pick up on what they're trying to tell you, which is that all communication is hypnosis.
Yeah, no, we're all a little strange at the end of the day. You know, I by the third time I watched it, I was like, oh, I get it. Okay, so we're all a little strange.
No, that's not what the purpose of the movie. It's a comedy, but it's what Clubhouse does.
It wasn't that funny though.
It was funny, and what?
I didn't laugh.
Well, that's okay. What's funny about Clubhouse is that you realize it's very much the same thing as that dinner gathering, where you have a bunch of retards in a room saying incredibly stupid things to each other. Oh, we say R word? Okay, this is an R word safe room. So anyways, just watch the movie Dinner for Schmucks, and you will laugh because you will realize it's the same happening on Clubhouse, but they made it into a movie. And the stuff about hypnosis and mind control in Dinner for Schmucks is hilarious, because this app is a little bit like mind control because of the time control component. Every second you listen to me, I'm technically controlling your mind. And so trolling and controlling are interrelated, and there's just a lot of character actors here. I feel like Brad Stauffenberger, the Viking warrior, is a little bit of a performative actor. And that's because the other day I heard him say he parachuted into a pond, a high altitude jump. And then when he landed in the pond, he took a selfie with the biggest alligator in the world. And I was like, that sounds a little incredible things about their lifestyle. That to me was always that was the first thing I noticed about this app. Is I came out here because a guy that I had done business with in the past invited me here, and he said, you got to come on this app. And I was like, great. I was like, well, let me invest in a company with you. So I gave him 10 grand to invest in marijuanabusiness.com. And then I was going to all these rooms with him, and all these people on here were saying that they own Bitcoin. And like, you know, some fucking Schwartz is like, yeah, man, I got millions in Bitcoin. And I was like, bitch, you don't got shit. And so my friend got very upset with me because I was calling people out on their claims of being Bitcoin millionaires. And I was like, prove it, bitch. You're a broke ass motherfucker on a stupid app trying to scam people. You ain't got no fucking money. I could tell right away it's a bunch of scammers on here. So
I'm a Bitcoin millionaire.
Well, anyways, what I'm trying to say is when people make claims about lifestyle, like David doesn't really make wild claims about his lifestyle. I've heard David is well off, but he doesn't talk about it because the truth is he can barely get a sentence off without sounding like an R word. So even if you're rich and you can fly first class and you've got palatial estates all around the world and you don't really have to worry about anything anymore because, you can live just fine off a 6% interest and you're pulling down tens of millions of dollars a year. That's a hell of a lifestyle. But they wouldn't be on a social audio chat app talking to you or me. They would be creating security layers to get away from people like you and me. Hello?
Yeah, shout out to the R words. That's right.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Brad is I remember when he was first on the app, his whole informative thing is he's trying to be black.
That's all. There's nothing wrong with being black.
But he's white.
There's nothing wrong with being white.
Well, I know that, and you know that, but that's his whole, when he starts going off and insulting people, that's him trying to be black. That's all.
Well, either way, I mean, I just look at it as performative art in the same way that, see, the thing, I sided with Pepe and Monica, not because of the woke CRT, BLM, DEI nonsense. It was really about what the African Americans on this app were saying with regards to death threats and making horrible, profane, vulgar statements. That's what really made me angry, and then sided and even partnered with Monica to basically say, hey, okay, we have an extreme, profane, vulgar, illegal type of communication that, you know, is shocking. I had never heard people say, like, make death threats on a verbal, public, social audio platform. You know, like, imagine on Facebook, like, if people were allowed to, you know, anyways, I'm just saying it was shocking. And so it's like almost comical, but at the same time, you know, in terms of like who is right and recording perspective, black content in the Jerry Springer show are like synonymous. I mean, that's the community. Springer show are like synonymous. I mean, that's the community. That's the culture. That's the culture. That, you know, the people in this small clique, it's basically comedy, more comedy. I guess it's all comedy. More comedy. I guess it's all comedy, technically. Can you say the T word, trench?
Are you overly sensitive, David?
I mean, I went to Penn, so, I mean, we tried not to say certain words.
Well, I'm just saying there are so many ghetto trench rooms that it's shocking, but it's not really that shocking because technically I think African Americans really love to chat, you know, and in terms of like being a blabberine or a yapper, they love it. And I get it. But again, if you can't go back to a book as being the basis of our communication, we have essentially run the full gamut of stupidity in this country. And the concern about an AI god, I'm not really concerned about it, because if we could make people come into compliance, like has anybody seen Raised by Wolves, the HBO series about the...
I've seen Raising Arizona. Does that count?
Maybe it's basically the same show. Anyways, I'm just saying that the future is actually very exciting, because the future economy is capitalism. It is not social redistribution communism. It is actually capitalism. And eventually, see, this is why the Bitcoiners and these liberators think that, you know, they're onto something, but they're not. The truth is, America can create a whole new financial platform if we want to. It's just a question of our will.
The 3 seashells.
Well, she was a lot hotter in that movie, wasn't she? I think that's when Sandra Bullock was probably at her pinnacle of Hollywood hotness. Yes, no?
Yeah, she was cool, even though she didn't know what was going on.
What is that haircut called? A bob haircut? Anyways, Alan here is a professional. He's worked in Hollywood for 40 years.
Stocks.
And he's produced some of the biggest and most successful music and movie production. Alan, what?
Do you ever win an Academy Award? Alan, do you ever win an Academy Award?
No. That's not me. And I've never professed.
You know, my friend won a Tony.
Alan, aren't you? I thought you were actually Phil Spector this whole time. Isn't that actually who you are?
Wait, what did he do? Is he the one that was convicted of or allegedly?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Super successful. He was super successful because he knew how to record. He produced all the big acts. They all came to him because he put out the best product.
Like your boy Weinstein.
They say that Phil Spector's Christmas album is the greatest Christmas album that has ever and ever will be produced. Nothing ever will top a Phil Spector Christmas.
Is the best Christmas album.
No, it's actually considered to be the best Christmas album of all time. Is Phil Spector's Christmas.
Nat King Cole.
Yeah, but Phil Spector was the chief producer, director, engineer, distributor. Like, it was his business. He was the creator and produced all these talents and cultivated them.
I don't know. I don't think it's good.
Well, you should. Al Pacino played him in a movie, the Phil Spector stuff.
I know him. Yeah.
See, you're young. You're young, David. Phil Spector was big in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s. He had a big career when people actually made money and lived like moguls, and people made money from selling 3 million CDs or 4.2 million records. Nowadays, with the digital shit, Spotify, etc., you're making 2 cents a record. Back in the day, you could make 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 bucks a record. The Rolling Stones would make 100 million a year selling records. That back then, that's like making $1 billion. I mean, the economics of the music and movie industry are completely inverted, and you have to be so much more sophisticated to make money in media communication and movies, etc. Look at the Paramount Skydance deal. Do you know how much the attorneys made on the Skydance deal for 4 days worth of work? They made $100 million
Nice.
on that M&A. And, here we are picking our toes in Poughkeepsie here on Clown House.
I've been to Poughkeepsie. I remember I was, we have like a bunch of records and shit like that, and like even like VHSs like in our archive. I remember like my nephew, who was like, I don't know, like very young, like in the teens. He was like, can I have these CDs and record players? I was like, I remember my father, his grandfather, saying, okay, you can have it. I didn't realize like these young kids like want these records and CDs and VHS and shit like that. Good thing we kept it, I guess. Or I didn't keep it. My parents did.
It was all content. I mean, downstairs in my living room, I have thousands and thousands of DVDs and CD-ROMs and music CDs. I don't know. I'm like saving them because I bought, storage for them. So they're all sitting in nice, cases, but I don't actually have the whole build out of all the cases. I threw all that shit out. I just kept all the discs, but it's all just, content to also be re-explored. That's why in 2026, there is no new content. There might be really crazy AI shit out there that is new, but technically if you don't need to do any like research, because you can just pull up old content and now just convert it into AI slop and use the same new shit, and the old shit works, and the new shit barely works as good as the old shit. So this summer, new movies what's the point of consuming the same shit? And that goes with this app too. Why continue to engage with redundant media? Hello?
Yeah, it's going to be completely useless. I mean, they took the Odyssey has been made about 5 or 6 times. They're making it again. But Elliot, a.k.a. Ellen Page, is playing the ghost of Achilles at one point. So you've got a trans man playing Achilles.
Are they playing a girl or a guy? Or is there that?
She's playing a guy. Okay, then it's, under the guise of representation, you have a couple of and one of them is Lupito Nyong'o, whatever it is.
Yeah, but they were all slaves back then. There can't be a part.
Yeah. Not only that, it's a Greek myth based on actual Greek facts. So, and there are no Greeks in the film. So, which it's fine, it's Hollywood, but Christopher Nolan based it on a book called, in which the Odyssey is reimagined to have black people in it.
That's like the Wiz, when they reimagined the Wizard's
house.
Yeah,
but see, in the Wiz, everybody was black, right? So we say, okay, this is the Wizard of Oz, but we're going to redo it with the R&B, and we're going to do it with a black cast. That isn't what they're doing. They're doing this Greek story and claiming that it's accurate, that Helen could have been black, or that there were black people in Greek society, in the ruling classes, etc., etc. And all it is, it's just race swapping. It's another excuse to create content that people will go, like you said, oh, I want to go see it. Yeah, you'll go, but I think what'll happen, Christopher Nolan is a very, he's made a lot of money for the studios. It'll do well the first weekend, and then it'll dry off. It'll drop off drastically.
I liked him in Inception.
Yeah. He's had a lot of success as a movie director, and so he will do well. But the fact is, you can't win an Academy Award unless, if you're making a drama, well, everybody's white. You can't have that. So they have to insert.
Yeah, I remember when they changed the rules for the Oscars, and they said in order to be nominated, you have to be a certain percent black or gay. And I remember thinking right away, I was like, okay, so you want gay people to come out to say, oh, I'm gay, I'm in the movie? That makes no sense.
Yeah, on top of that, you know what they do? They say they'll have a character who's black and gay, so that they get 2 for 1. So, like, if you watch the movie Hitch, aside from Will Smith, there's one character, he fits that. And then I can't tell you the number of TV shows I've seen, they've got the gay black character.
Well, some would say, like, Will Smith is gay. Allegedly.
Well, yeah, but his character isn't gay. So you either have.
He's kind of gay.
Well, yeah. Well, we know he is, but the point is, it's either or. You can have a straight character played by an openly gay actor, and then you'll be okay. Or you have to have the gay character. As long as there's some quote representation, then you fulfill the rules. And and the thing is there always is now, because they'll say, well, if you've got no representation in front of the camera, then you can make up for that by who you hire behind the camera. So if you have a movie that's all about white people, then you have to have all black people behind the camera to balance it out.
All you have to ask them is like, we would love to hire you. Are you gay?
All right, well, enjoy your 250-year celebration, Dr. Allen.
All right. Well, what was it you said? People project what they would do if they were in power.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. So.
But that's the beautiful thing. They are not in power, and they never will be in power because they're here essentially creating fake projection power. And that's one of the reasons why they're here, because, you know, this is where it got them. And I'm not saying that's projection. I'm just saying if you're aware of the projection, it kind of nullifies it. But, you know, there's a saying that a sage never criticizes anyone. And some people will bait you to try to get you to gossip and, you know, slander and gossip. And if you're a really happy, self-confident person and you're an effective communicator, you actually don't engage in ad hominem projection. And that's what people do here is they do ad hominem projection all the fucking time, and they're never aware of what they're doing.
Yeah. So, well, on that note, I need to close the room since they made me mod. And I guess I'm going to go eat. So, I will, well, geez, they even...
Let me see your whole
That shit is high key, not low key.
You gotta chill.
Let me see that ass. Turn around.
All right, so back to the conversation we're having.
Yeah, and take your ass back because ain't nobody asked you.
Like, what the hell?
I didn't need your motherfucking help. What the hell exactly? I know that one, baby. Are you okay? Go ahead, Warren.
Is it easy to love a younger person or an older person?
Palpitation having ass bitch, is y'all okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? Go ahead. Are you okay?
No, just back to the question we were having. Is it easier to take somebody younger or to know you?
Go ahead, Warren. That's fine. Control your heart. You can't control me. Fuck you and your heart. Bitch, are you okay? Yeah, I am actually. No, you're not. I don't have to be on the app sounding like Elmo. Girl, shut up. Go ahead,
I was just asking the question we were talking about, that's all. Back to the question.
You sound like
we were talking about the question before. Oh, hold on.
You sound like your heart, and that's true. Girl, fuck you and rewind. What? She ran. Teaching someone. Exactly, because this heart machine, bitch. What the fuck is for you? But what we were talking about was teaching. Nobody gives a fuck about you. So the difference between you and sit in the room talking about you like you do me. Fuck you, so bitch. I've never had no one talking about you, bitch. You're delusional. I'm not. I get the messages. So, bitch, you don't get no fucking messages telling nobody that I'm sitting in the room talking about you. Because that never motherfucking happened, bitch. I've never talked about you. The bomb shelter. I have never sat in a room talking about you. Bitch, never. We're talking about. I don't give a fuck what y'all was talking about. Shut the fuck up. Teach someone. Shut the fuck up. I bet you're not gonna pay. Shut the fuck up. I bet that. Shut the fuck up. And control that heart, bitch. EBT don't work. Control that motherfucking heart. Bitch, I wish you did get EBT, food stamps, or whatever the fuck it is that you fucking need so you can eat better, so that heart will be better. But your heart is fucking bad because you're mean as fuck. You're a mean ass old ass. I'm mean, ugly, and old. Absolutely. Wow. The fuck? Why didn't you go to war? Wouldn't it have been like Vietnam or some shit? Yeah, I was. Absolutely. Actually, World War II. So what happened? I was in World War II. What happened? I saw a bitch like you and I popped in the head. Yeah, you should have killed yourself. Yeah, I popped in the head. Most people that went to war was on crack. I'm on crack too. Absolutely. Yeah. So we were talking earlier, people with some sense. Nobody gives a fuck. We were talking about what you were talking about. Nobody gives a fuck. Come on now. Cause I heard you fuck that nigga in the back of the car. I did. did. He's satisfied.
And you two niggas.
I did. Yep. Got beat up too.
That's
crazy.
I'm not told the app you got beat up.
Hell up. Show did. And
You the one who told everybody you got beat up.
I did.
Oh,
You get beat up on this house. You get beat up. I got beat up, bro. Show did.
So thank you for all the Prince old ass pussy bitches that served. Thank you.
You sad.
Oh my God. This is wild as shit.
You are a sad piece of shit.
That is wild as a mother.
None of these veterans deserve that.
Listen,
You a fucking animal. And I can say what I want.
you
But
are
none of these veterans deserve what you just said. Not one of them.
Are you scared to die? Sorry.
I don't.
Get in the goddamn ring. You your right.
Just a nigga. What you said, Kim? Baby, your mama sucks ass. I just see him. I just walked by. My son was in the parade this morning. Now I'm pulling up to the gym. Where was that shit? No, he in the band, so he's in the morning parade. Did you take pictures? Yeah, I got pictures. So now I'm about to go to the gym because the gym closed early, so I hope y'all still going. I'm not like some of these men that don't. Well, no, y'all don't have to go to the gym. Y'all just gotta be here when I get back. This is how y'all know this nigga ain't never been on a trip with his daughter as a child. He doesn't even know like proper parent etiquette when they're on a road trip with their children. Like, look how he talks. He's never taken take that girl on a family trip. She's older now.
He was up to the house.
Yes. You didn't travel with your daughter as a child.
I done took her on 8 trips.
I refuse to believe that. Like,
okay, I don't give a fuck what you believe. You don't believe in your life. You don't believe in that little ass nigga that you married. You didn't believe that you could finish college. You didn't believe that you could pay your rent on time. You didn't believe in nothing. You didn't believe in nothing. I want y'all to remember that. That's the you didn't believe in that retarded ass child that you got. That's 3 minutes ago. She was talking about how you don't understand people being 19. Less than 3 minutes ago.
you talk, we're on a trip with our children.
I don't know what the fuck you got. I'm not asking that.
you want to do, but you don't have that. No, they don't. You really don't have that. You didn't have that before, Stacey, and you don't have that now currently with Stacey. Which is why she can opt into your energy, because she got a better man somewhere. Shout out to her. I love the juggling. I love how she juggles. I love it. Shout out to Stacey. And just a second ago, you were talking about women who ain't never been chosen being washed up, but meanwhile, back in reality, older than me. Like, yes, she is. Yes, she is.
You want to be young so bad.
You are so delusional. You don't even know what your woman looks like with bad hair. Because when God picks you out that picture of Stacey with her hair looking all kind of every way,
I've seen every side.
with bad hair, bro. Shut up. Shut up. You don't even recognize that man.
Now you talking about Stacey.
Hello?
You're learning all the coverages of your woman's face. All the wrinkles, fine lines, and smiles and beauty. Because you don't even recognize her when someone PTR, you fucking weirdo.
Want to talk about it?
No, I don't give a fuck about you or her. Okay, neither one of y'all. Okay.
So,
and as soon as I get back to Houston,
she on a family vacation. I got a yelling
in my garage.
I got a yelling on a family vacation. On a family vacation. Short, puny niggas is the last in place.
That's what a lot of niggas are. Stop playing with me, nigga. My kids are used to it. Alright? They were born into it. A vacation ain't special to them. They don't blow themselves up with fucking drunk.
Lighting the grill up. You know what I'm saying?
It's raining. He's not going to
supposed to be outside.
You ain't popping that pussy. You ain't popping that pussy, right? That's why you should be mad.
You need to do because I ain't here.
I'm like, where you want to go?
Sure, I'll be home. Sure.
Listen, any nigga that can go to the shelter and find out Lydia, the fuck are you talking about? The bitches, what the fuck? You want to home now? That is the end of your clip. The floor's back open. Lydia, what's up, sis?
Wow! Pick up.
Because you arguing with Lydia, just don't talk about Darius. The same thing, Lydia. You arguing with
Darius started first.
Right? Why the fuck do I keep getting mentioned?
But y'all gotta go first browsers down. That ain't right. And it always be the ones. I wanna fuck with them, dang.
I keep you one.
Darius started first.
It's my turn. I don't want to hear shit. When I take it to hell, I don't want to hear shit. I don't want to hear nobody pick me in no private rooms trying to say, oh, you went too far. I don't want to hear shit.
Well, these motherfuckers might as well buckle up for me.
Spoken.
Gonna be a good work week.
Don't mention my.
Hello? Hello?
Read in the chat while he combo. Like I'm just like, oh shit. I wonder what everybody else is what I'm doing right now. Just throw that out there.
That's what BK does. He be eating chicken wings. I told y'all the day I saw him do it. Salt on my cannon. It's kind of hell. I gotta go back to the fucking store. This is some bullshit. Stacy, what up? What up? Oh, hello.
It is a C harmonica.
I never heard you deal with nobody on the family vacation. I got you.
Just say fucking hi, nigga. Shit.
Hey, Diddy.
What's up? What's up?
Happy holidays.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you still with that Haitian girl?
I just had some barbacoa a few minutes ago.
And that's an FDA. National Black American nigga.
You said barbacoa?
You heard him?
You heard me, nigga.
You heard him?
It was delicious.
Hey, lady, I'm gonna tell you something. I ain't like what you did yesterday.
What I did yesterday? Tell me.
You know, T was talking straight bullshit.
What shit? I don't remember. I was outside.
You left. You said,
Tell me what I did. I can be held accountable for my shit. I should have thought I was drinking last night.
You was being a girl's girl. They don't appreciate Lady O being a girl's girl.
What happened last night? Did I come here and tell a story about the nigga that was watching his man's pocket?
Who?
In the spot?
What?
Yeah, you did.
That's
Wow. I got a recap.
I told you she was going to hear it. But I don't want to give you a recap, but first tell me what I did last night. Let's unpack that.
Okay, so like you was trying to like get the ladies to like, right? You was being a girl's girl. And then she went on some like broke, desperate, starving.
You know, just be
you were saying no. You were saying no, BK. Nah, this is not what I wanted. You backed out of the car and then you left.
Can somebody fund it, please? I want to hear it. I gotta go to the store. The goo was there. Was the goo there? Y'all was there. Y'all heard me. What I did, goo. Manipulation 101. Act stupid. I'm not acting. I swear I'm not agree with that. If I do.
Nah, no, listen. T is funny, right? She's funny. She's like loose, like free in the air, but at the same time, she get into like the poor. She get. It's down bad. It's getting down bad, bitch. You know, like I understand. Like, okay, this is anybody can be whoever the fuck they want to be. You know what I'm saying? But sometimes
y'all gotta listen to the content before y'all start clapping. Listen to the content first. You know what I'm saying? I think Tia was here, though. Maybe she was drinking. We had a good Memorial Day week. It's been raining on me.
Who write the stories, they are the ones who study the old literature and rewrite the stories and turn them into modern poetry.
No arts.
Through the internet, okay, a couple of them. But it is a real thing. I know that.
Have you seen that before? It's a bat. Beneath it. Wait, what? So for this picture that says Trump 2028 is actually $20.28 per gallon. Oh, I just clicked on it. That's funny.
Hi, Patty. Hi, Tia Andrea. I just wanted to quickly mention something about the tariffs and how it's destroying our country and our economy. I'm very upset about the tariffs still, and I think with regards to China, Trump's very close relationship with China, and the Strait of Hormuz opening, I'm just worried that these tariffs are still going to harm our economy. And the tariffs were a terrible idea, and I can't stop thinking about the tariffs. And every night when I go to sleep, I think about the tariffs. And when I wake up in the morning, every morning when I have my morning coffee and I make a bowel movement, I always think about the tariffs. And when I have my lunch in the afternoon, I think about the tariffs. And when I have dinner and a nice glass of Pinot Noir, I think about tariffs. I can't stop thinking about the tariffs and talking about the tariffs. Tariffs!
You alright, John? You cool, John? Mr. Kitover? Girl, he played too much, ain't it, Tia? We know you recorded around. At this point, we don't even care.
Yeah, why would you care? I mean, if you cared, well, then that would matter. But you don't care. So.
I don't even care. Nobody even watches your channel for it.
I know. Who cares? Who cares? Exactly.
Yeah.
But what does it feel like talking in a forest and nobody hears you? You know, you think you.
You know where you get your traction from. People on Clubhouse worried about you playing the room.
It's my audience. Come on, without my audience, I'd be nothing. I would literally be nothing. I'd just have like a couple random people from India and China saying, I love Donald Trump or FDT. It's either love or hate. Hate or love.
So how's the shitting going in you and the tariffs? Since you take a crap and think about the tariffs, how's that going, brother?
Well, I can't stop thinking about the tariffs every single morning when I make an espresso and then I go to release a bowel movement externally. It's madness. You don't prick a bubble. You keep inflating a bubble. You keep inflating. You don't prick. You do not prick. You inflate. You do not prick.
Aren't you a Trump supporter?
I support America and our destiny. It's not about one man. That's my complaint, is too many people project onto Donald Trump their internal emotional state, and they're unaware of it. All communication is projection. All communication is politics. And sometimes all communication is comedy. But the tariffs just keep me up every night, especially in the morning when I make the bowel movement after the Nespresso. Tariffs.
So you woke up on Memorial Day and decided to remember that this wasn't your version of politically correct? Lady, you know who this is, right? This is John. I told John, we don't care anymore. Nobody's really watching it, except for people on Clubhouse. We'll see one or two people and be like, is that me? Is that lady? Is that us checking in? I just don't understand why. Yeah, so explain to us why you record your own time.
Well, I've kind of given up because, as you said, my only audience is people from Clubhouse checking to see if I'm recording you. But Anon does open up the opportunity to record, but it's still just not like a very good recording because I'm filming cell phone to cell phone. Some people have perfected screen recording virtually, and there are other people recording your room, not just me. But you're on YouTube, but you'll never find it because it's not like labeled to, some way that you can find it. You just can't find it. And nobody watches it. So it's really just like a labor of love and an artistic endeavor, which requires work and time and effort and value. So it is what it is, but it's not commercially successful. And that's okay. I mean,
You live. And maybe you live. And maybe for purposes unbeknown to a lot of people, we don't. Like, has that ever crossed anybody's mind?
Of course, but my argument is that you're here anyway. Of course, but my argument is that you're here anyway.
My argument
Angry.
off of my voice.
I'm happy.
That's
Leave me alone. You angry.
I didn't give you taking somebody's voice and monopolizing it. Taking somebody's voice and monopolizing it. At the risk that something could happen to me. There wasn't people's pictures up there and stuff like that. But, and from this side, because I think people participated in it before, they're really down to people. Because they have different viewpoints. I wouldn't tolerate that either. I'm not talking about. I wouldn't tolerate that either. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking that. I'm just talking about people not agreeing with somebody about people not agreeing with what somebody said.
She's gonna get terminated because she's on here 40 hours a week instead of working. And they were like, "You did that?" I was like, "Yeah, I did that. She's gone. By Friday, she'll be terminated."
But when that happened, you know, nothing.
Yeah, it was just me. It was just me effing with that room. And no, I didn't mention First Lady because, Patty's like a real name. First Lady's not necessarily a name, but
Oh, you talking about that's not a real name to you?
Yeah, I mean, I know who you are, but Ban carries this room. The GOAT, Isaiah, whoever he is, he carries this room. His monologue, and his energy is what really makes this show possible. Without Ban, ladies, I hate to tell you, you would not have a show. You would not have a show without Ban.
And nobody can replicate him. He is his own person, which is a beautiful thing. So, but at the end of the day, when you say carry this show, that was never the point of this particular space when it was created. It was to bring news.
Yeah. So we actually been doing this room over a year with just females. Did you know that? You've been recording?
Yeah, around that time.
Yeah.
Maybe even November.
Yeah, we already had like 18,000 people by then.
It was before, and people want to know how it keeps on moving. It's because we all work together.
Okay. Well, saying and politically correct, particularly a homosexual, gay African American man. And the things that he was saying were so upsetting to me and so disappointing. I know it's not reflective of the entire African American community, but the things that were said in this room after a murder of an innocent man were so upsetting to me personally and disappointing. It didn't wake me up, but it alerted me to the actual real friction and divide amongst Americans, because it's not our people. It's the American people. You got to get your words right. It's Americans. Hello?
That's the thing about how people choose to judge, because I took a lot of slack for that. Because I'm the type of person of integrity and certain things. Like, I don't feel like I would want that to be associated with me, because I wouldn't want people in my real life to think that I'm associated with that. There was a lot of pushback. Like, oh, you can't say that, you can't say that. For weeks. Even after it happened, if somebody says, if anybody brought the name up, I would zap out. Like, just be quiet. Let's not even talk about that. Why is it that they can do da-da-da-da-da? Certain people can do things in this world and get away with it. Certain people can't. And I'm not saying that you can't be that person. But in this particular space, just respect the space. So when people judge and they say, oh, this happened, well, how long did you stay? Because just because you didn't see the fight back at that time, because people like me are very strategic. I know when to say something. Sometimes when the stove is too hot, you just can't open up and be like, oh, well, let me just go ahead and say this, because then it's just going to make the situation worse. But
this is interesting. I'm going to frame the question in two different parts. And it's going to be three parts. First, the individual, and then George Floyd and Charlie Kirk. And I'm talking about the individual. It's amazing to me how people, something they may see on TV with Charlie Kirk or George Floyd. I'm going to tell you why I'm telling the story. I sympathize. It's not about the person what happened to them. It's about how people see their life, how disconnected they are from their own lives. I met a gentleman when George Floyd got killed, and he called me the next day. So I started talking to him. And I said to him, he said he just got out of jail like 3 months ago, and so what happened to George Floyd? He got involved and became an activist, blah, blah, blah. So I said to him, you just came out of jail. I said, oh, where are you now? He was in a halfway house, and I said, I can't help you. He said, why not? I said, let me ask you a question. A couple weeks later, the guy called me back in 2 weeks. About 2 weeks later, he called me back. And he was thanking me and crying on the phone because what I said to him messed him up. And he realized in that moment that what I said to him was so true that he couldn't hide from it anymore. And a stranger said it to him in a way where it was so impactful that he wanted to call me back, and I helped him in the situation and everything else. But the reason I'm mentioning that because when I hear people talk about people, George Floyd and Charlie Kirk,
Hello?
and all these great people, it's great to admire great people that's doing great things or have sacrificed their lives to resonate in your life. But what all that is demonstrating to you is where in your life are you dealing with the living people that you're not taking responsibility for forgiving yourself, forgiving your mom and your pop for doing your
And I would just, that I guess my critique and complaint about the way that people communicate on this app is that it's not really a very good liberal intellectual sentences. So to me, the book club is really the future, and it is the best now and best experience you can have, which is in poetry is a very quick remedy to a lot of the social ills we have. I mean, Fix It here talked to a guy who had a communication failure. So we have a failure to communicate knowledge, intelligence, wisdom, value in a short amount of time. And that's because a lot of people want to be entertaining. Like, I think Ban is actually very entertaining. But I question the opportunity cost even for him to come on this app when you have a career and a family and a car to go wax in the garage, to come on here and be a pseudo-intellectual, false, fake, not a real intellectual. Real intellectuals are academic. They actually will just read a book to you as if you're in a classroom. They won't necessarily always do the same shtick. And that's the put-down shtick. Yeah, that's right. Ban is an ad hominem projector who puts people down. to make himself feel better inside. He's a fake elitist. That's not what the elite really do.
So wait a
Hello?
minute, hold up. Because here's another thing that happens. I'll put a sit down and listen with him, with you. And we paid attention to what led to the ad hominems. What paid attention to the height of it, we would see that a lot of times he is not the aggressor. He's the responder. You see? But a lot of times people don't want to pay attention to it because they get caught up in the emotion and the feeling that's happening at the moment. But they forgot how we got there. And with recording, you can go back and you can actually listen and actually judge. But most times people don't actually go back and listen to get there, to really understand. And that's one of the experiences that we were doing last night. So I hear what you're saying. Yeah, a lot of people come on this app, you know, you come in, you're making your suggestions, you got a chance to speak, right? We allow you to speak and tell us what you think is the future of this app. But not everybody thinks alike. And you are entitled to your opinion. The thing is, go make that work for yourself. You don't have a place here because we're not friends. Tell somebody what they should be doing and how they can be successful. You go and you create that for yourself. Doesn't that make sense? It makes sense to me. Know how it goes. It's 24 hours old. If there's any updates, we can work on the update. We don't go straight through it. We try. I just send you a chance to play you back. All right, I'm going on mute. I have to stand for my hair. Today's not Meet the Press. I'm sorry. It's like we play. Oh, God. We're not doing Meet the Press anymore on Monday. Give me a second, y'all. What's the nation? What's that thing we're doing? Damn it. I'm sorry, y'all.
Can I ask a question? What is the percentage of women in the U.S. Army?
Why?
Because the president is a coward, so there's women that are actually fighting for this, dodging the war when he got drafted.
What do you mean?
Just let it go through.
Okay. Well, let me go ahead and start Meet the Press, y'all. Let's see who's on Meet the Press today. Since this week, not Meet the Press, Face the Nation. This week on Face the Nation, let's see. Talking about President Trump says a peace deal with Iran has been largely negotiated.
Well, they have no choice. It's not Venezuela. But he got a war back in the day. He did. He got drafted, and he got, so this is fake from the beginning. He doesn't care.
Well, let me explain what's going on with Face the Nations on this one. Reports from Tel Aviv and Senator Chris Van Hollen discusses the possible deal. Medal of Honor recipients, retired Lieutenant Colonel William Stevenson and retired Command Sergeant Major Matthew Williams are going to be on there. So let's see what they're talking about.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Every I've told them, they say, like, we don't want to deal with you. We want Obama to deal with you. We want to make a deal with Obama.
Okay, that's fine. Let me start Meet the Press. Not Meet the Press, but update. Face the Nation.
Appear to be nearing a peace agreement with Iran. We'll have the news. Sources familiar with the talks tell CBS News that the latest proposal to end the war is now in its 13th week. It includes a process to reopen the Strait of Hormuz unfreezing of some Iranian assets held in foreign banks, and a continuation of negotiations over Iran's nuclear program. We'll talk to the president's top economic advisor, Kevin Hassett, about the impact of the war on the economy. And we'll take a closer look at the outrage on both sides of the aisle this week over the creation of $1.8 billion anti-weaponization payout fund. Maryland Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen will be with us. We'll talk to Dr. Deborah Burks. And finally, a special Memorial Day conversation with two Medal of Honor recipients will be left to the next round of negotiations. And that has some Republicans worried this morning. We're going to begin with senior foreign correspondent Imtiaz Tayeb reporting from Tel Aviv.
In New Delhi this morning, Secretary of State Marco Rubio had this to say about Iran.
I'll leave it to the president to make further announcements on it. Suffice it to say that some progress has been made.
On Saturday, President Trump held a conference call with leaders of several Arab and Muslim countries, including Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Egypt, Turkey, the UAE, and Pakistan. In a Truth Social post afterwards, the president said an agreement has largely been negotiated, subject to finalization between the United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran. Pakistan's Army Chief Qasem Munir, who's been acting as lead mediator, was in Tehran at the time, working with Iranian leaders as part of attempts to narrow the remaining gaps with Washington. At a meeting briefing, Iran's foreign ministry spokesman Esmail Baghai said over the past week the process has moved towards reducing the points of disagreement, but there are still issues that need to be discussed through the mediators. Those points of disagreement include the fate of the Strait of Hormuz, Iran's frozen assets in foreign banks, and its nuclear program, which includes a large stockpile of nearly bomb-grade highly enriched uranium, which the president says is his red line.
And after his calls with Muslim and Arab leaders last night, President Trump also spoke to Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Now, a senior Israeli political source has told CBS News that PM made it clear to the president that Israel would retain the right to take action against whatever sees as threats, including in Lebanon. Nancy, and reports that potential agreement between the U.S. and Iran would also see an end to the war there.
Imtiaz Tayeb, thank you so much. Some key Republican senators have already weighed in on the early reports about the contours of a possible deal. Senate Armed Services Chair Roger Wicker said putting off nuclear discussions for later would, quote, be a disaster, and that everything accomplished by Operation Epic Fury would be for naught. Senator Ted Cruz of Texas said if the result of all that is to be an Iranian regime now receiving billions of dollars being able to enrich uranium and develop nuclear weapons, then that outcome would be a disastrous mistake. We turn now to Maryland Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen. Senator, thank you so much for being with me.
That's a good guy.
It's good to be with you, Nancy.
So I want to stress that all of this is still evolving. We're getting slightly different takes on the terms of the deal from the Americans and the Iranians. But what do you think about what you've heard so far?
Well, Nancy, this war against Iran has been a blunder from the very start. The interest rates are going up, and we're mired in this war in Iran. And when you're digging a hole, you should stop digging. That's what this agreement sounds like. It sounds like we will go back to opening the Strait of Hormuz, which of course was open before the war started. I will say, however, it looks like Iran will retain more control over those straits. We also know Iran has an even more hard line. As I said, stop digging.
I want to ask you about something that stirred up a lot of controversy on both sides of the aisle on Capitol Hill this week. The DOJ's new anti-weaponization fund, nearly $1.8 billion set aside for people who say they were treated unfairly by the federal government. What else are you talking about?
Hello?
Well, Nancy, first we should get rid of this slush fund. $1.8 billion of taxpayers for the fund. Members of Congress should not be eligible for the fund. And I would hope all Republicans, including Republican candidates, should come out strongly against this slush fund, which the president has set up for these purposes.
You pushed the acting attorney. He did not say that those people would be ineligible. Senate Republicans were very angry about this, and they really gave it to the Attorney General behind closed doors this week.
prosecuted.
Well, I hope so, Nancy. I think most Republicans are more upset about the fact that this interrupted their effort to pass this reconciliation bill with another $70 billion of taxpayer funds for ICE. I think that's what upset them the most. And they decided to leave town because they didn't want to have to vote on these amendments that I've proposed and others have proposed. So we'll see how this all turns out. We should get rid of this political slush fund altogether, and we will insist on having these votes when we get back.
I've been told by a senior administration official that there are now some urgent efforts underway to address the concerns that Republicans have raised about this fund, but they continue to insist they've got the right to do this, and that in fact they already have the ability to make these payouts, and if anything, they're making the process more transparent by coming up with rules, by appointing commissioners, and all the rest. What do you think of that argument?
Well, that's absurd, and this is really corrupt from the start. I mean, this is essentially President Trump negotiating with President Trump through the acting attorney general, who was Trump's personal lawyer. They set it up so they have complete control over the 5 members of this commission that can get a jail-free card with respect to any taxes that he has due and owing. Another corrupt part of this deal.
I want to ask you about a case that you've been heavily involved in, and there was a big development this week. A judge threw out the federal human smuggling charges against Kilmar Abrego Garcia of your home state, Maryland. You visited him in El Salvador after he was wrongfully deported to that country, placed in the Supermax prison Cipro. The judge said that DOJ's prosecution of him was vindictive, and DOJ now says it plans to appeal. Have you spoken to him or his family? How are they feeling about this decision?
Nancy, I have spoken to him and his wife, Jennifer, and they're, of course, pleased that the court system have applied the law. This was absolutely a vindictive prosecution. The judge called it essentially an abuse of power because the Trump administration brought these new charges against him because he decided to exercise his due process and constitutional rights. They had admitted that they had wrongfully disappeared him to El Salvador, and he contested that. And of course, he is now back. They're still trying to deport him, but he filed his claims under the Constitution. And so this case is not about Kilmar Abrego Garcia alone. This is really about the rights of each and every one of us. And when the Trump administration decided to vindictively prosecute him for that, they were further threatening the rights of all of us.
We've got about a minute left, but I want to ask you about this election autopsy that was finally released by the Democratic National Committee this week. Do you feel like you got any answers from that autopsy on why the Democrats lost in 2024? And do you believe that the head of the DNC should resign over this?
Well, Nancy, this is a very shoddy piece of work. It's an incomplete piece of work, and I can understand why Ken Martin was reluctant to release it earlier. But as he has said, he owns this problem. He should have just ripped the Band-Aid off earlier and put it out. No, we're 6 months from a very important election, and we should not be changing horses at this time. I will say that the overall thrust of the report indicates that we should not just go back to the
I know we listened to what they said.
Well, what I've said from the beginning, it was a
in our mind.
90 seconds for this NASA engineered AC
someone like Donald Trump the second time.
It's smaller
No,
than a
she won.
You're the American people
They fixed it.
that we
Go on mute, friends. We'll talk about it after he's done with his segment, okay?
understand their financial and economic pain and their daily struggles, and that we're going to do something about it. We're going to fight for them, and we're going to fight against the special interests, very powerful special interests, who try to stack the deck against them.
Senator Chris Van Hollen of Maryland, thank you so much for joining us.
Okay, any comments? Now you can comment, Jay Fresh.
I mean, she, in our minds, she did it, I mean, this ex-girl, what did, was it like last week when she admitted, like, they know how to, like,
change the system, which is not nothing, you know. But everything is happening is for a reason, you know. There's a reason why they want that talk to you.
We don't know.
Okay, can I speak? Start losing from the beginning, from the dollarization, you know. Right now, I'm from South Sudan. I mean, over there, use dollar. We don't even care about country money. American control to oil companies, which is Iran. When Iran stopped that, so dollar about dropped. You might not have no value, but Donald Trump was just fucking up everything. He thought he was gonna go through the plan that the way it's ran. It just backfired because people are just giving up in America, and then we understand this 8 billion people. We can't have more people. Sometimes it's evil. People have to die just for other people to eat, kind of stuff, you know.
I don't think we gave up in America, Jay Fresh. We might be mad with the situation we're in, but I don't think Americans have given up.
I don't think people have to die.
I can't even shampoo my hair in peace. Was that on the clip?
Well, I mean, it was not on the clip.
TT, I'm sorry, what you said?
That was not on the clip. I was wondering the same thing.
Because I was sitting here and I'm like, wait a minute. I'm going to stop shampooing my hair right now. And I'm going to get out and I'm going to ask this question with dripping wet hair. Was that what the clip was about?
That was not what the clip was about.
I mean, how often should you shampoo your hair? It's only like once a week.
Let's go on mute.
That's definitely not what the clip was about. So the clip ended about the autopsy of the election. So I thought Jay First started to talk about the election, and then he went to Ashley St. Clair's unvalidated claims about the baby daddy, who she's in the middle of a custody battle with. But that's not on the clip.
Jefferson Park News. There's been a car accident.
Hey everyone. Today I want to talk about this. Hey everyone, check this out. This book on John Locke is crucial.
That's what I'm saying, Norm. I thought it was a single computer, you know. He's the one that did it. He know the result for everybody else.
Let me break down what Chris is talking about. He's talking about he criticized the flesh bone. Some type of limit on what executive power looks like. Something got brought up briefly about his visit to Venezuela. No, not Venezuela, but
Jesus Christ.
no, not China. We talked about his visit with Garcia. It was just
Everybody's in each other's faces. Everybody gets arrested.
they brought up concerns about corruption and what political retaliation has been.
Who flees in relation.
And he talked about congressional oversight.
We're trying to get.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, so why are these Democrats like padding the report anyway? They're saying like it's not worth it, or it doesn't say anything useful.
Well, do you know what the argument is? What are they saying?
AOC said it doesn't say anything useful, basically. So
okay. Well, it was a breakdown on what was going on.
Yeah, I mean, I listened. Did you want feedback on the Meet the Press clip you just played?
No, that wasn't Meet the Press. That was actually Face the Nation. But yes,
Face the Nation.
When we do, you should know this. You've been recording rooms long enough. When we do the news, or you probably come out because of copyright infringement. But when we do the news piece, what happens is we do breaks so we can talk about the news or the piece. Because everybody on here has ADHD and you play something too long, they fall asleep or they run away. You don't want to hear the entire news clip. So we're playing it piece by piece so we can break it down if there's any updates. And I just brought up what he spoke about.
Hey, Dad, happy Memorial Day. Yes, I am fine. Farron called me and text messaged me, and he said, hey, if you want to fly out to Seattle and go to the river, and we will host you, we will pay for you. So that was a very nice offer of them, but I told them I have to decline because, I have too many things going on here, and it's important for me to be focused and centered here in Chicago, where my life and assets are, and not go, hang out at our river. So just telling you, everything is well. I hope you get this voice note message. You can always send me a voice note message. Hope you're well. Have a great day. And tell Patty I said hello. Take care. Bye.
They're using the word slush. So first of all, help me understand how you're saying that it's not a slush fund.
Okay, just for clarification, you're talking about the monies from the IRS or something else? Sorry.
There's no monies from the IRS.
Okay, then we're talking about two other things. Sorry.
Listen.
The definition of a slush fund is that it's used for illicit purposes.
So we don't know if it's going to be used for illicit purposes because it hasn't been used yet.
And you can't call it a slush fund.
Right. But the reason why they're quote unquote calling it a slush fund is because of how the money has moved from the DOJ into a private account, into another account where there is no true oversight.
There's a lot of monies that are not posted.
So they're doing that purposely to make it look like it's criminal, but it isn't.
Correct. Yeah, there's no evidence of any criminal activities.
No. I just said that. Okay.
Patty, the equivalency is just fiduciary and then escrow. The lawyers do this type of bullshit, and the problem really is that we have a legal industrial complex, and really the thing is, this money is just going to transfer to the lawyers that are representing J6ers and other people that the Trump administration is aware of, that feels that they have been slighted by the legal judicial system. If you are a strong Democrat and you are a proud liberal, well, lawfare and the legal industrial complex is actually to your favor, because most judges tend to be very liberal and Democrat. The bigger problem.
Yo, killing is killing. They ignorant, disrespect it. But it's not about the judges. But it just, America's losing power. America's losing power. You don't accept it. Do you think that's on topic? That's not on topic, but it get back to the same topic, the same thing all over again. It's gonna get.
Well, who's doing worse, America or Europe? I would venture to guess Europe.
Well, we have a whole world.
All right, so now we're going down a rabbit hole. Let's come back. David, you were saying it's not a slush fund. We got down in a rabbit hole. You guys told me that that's illegal, but I'm just going by what's being reported, and that's what they've been calling it. So when somebody says it's not,
sorry.
I reserve the balance of my time.
David, that was the settlement from Trump's IRS.
The settlement from.
Do that money have value? You could just print it all day.
Let's just take a break for a second.
No, the settlement from the IRS, Sydney, was they could not investigate him for his past when it comes to his tax filings. That was the settlement. Now, this DOJ thing, which already existed, where there was funding appropriated, something that the government did to hurt his market. That's what that funding for. Well, some of that money, $1.776 billion, so that something that's already being done, so what it is in court. instead of judged by God, ruled and chosen by the president. That is their any other comments, John?
You guys keep doing a great job. Well, the whole Spanish man, we don't want to hit over the building and over the rock. You know, it's fun. The slush fund is actually going to the Proud Boys. That's what you're saying.
But we don't know yet, Lester, until the 5 panel. So that is what
children off the stage, let's grow adults have a conversation. Let's shut the fuck up.
I have limits, and you have already exhausted your limits. Please, for the last time.
When you're on this app, talk to me.
Yeah, you're gonna get dropped, Jay Fresh. You can listen to the Indigo, and then you can put in the chat, and then we'll bring you up as needed.
There's a lot of rooms, so I have to go speak to other people.
Okay, Dave. Well, have a good day.
That would be great.
That's fine. That's fine.
Go to the other room and speak to them. I think they want to see you.
Goodbye.
I appreciate it.
Patty, you have open invitation on you. You don't have the invitations locked down. I think anybody can come on.
Oh, yeah.
We're okay. We know. We got it. Hey, Peggy, is this your first room?
I think so.
Oh, okay. I wasn't.
So, can I mention something about that? What was mentioned in the Face the Nation?
Okay, 45 seconds. Don't go too far, John.
Okay, so Trump, had a presser a day and a half ago. El Normo and I were actually there at the White House because we launched the Jewish News Network. And we were there to witness Trump talk about the future peace negotiation with Iran. And all I got to say is I'm very optimistic about the future. And I unfortunately think a lot of elite liberal intellectual Democrats are very pessimistic and even nihilistic. And I think as Americans, we have to look towards wisdom and knowledge and trade as our future. That will always be our future of prosperity and abundance. I am complete. Thank you for letting me speak. And God bless you all this beautiful Memorial Day. I hope everybody here has the best Clubhouse day they've ever had in these 5 years of friction and conflict. But now, hopefully, we can have resolution now that ban has officially been banned from the app.
He has not. Now, he complained about and then you just want to be the only because everything you said, you just said all these ad hominems about the left.
It was beautiful. That was the best speech I think I've ever made. Go to mayorkitover.com. Vote John Kitover, February 23rd, 2027.
Why are you doing that?
Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com and MayorKitover.com and ChicagoMayorElection.com and ChicagoMayoral.com. Follow me on Instagram at John Kitover. Rebono Shalom. Go to MayorKitover.com right now and enjoy your day.
Monday, I hope everyone's doing well. Happy Memorial Day. God bless those that sacrificed their life. And for our freedom, I'm grateful for those wonderful people.
Like Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was one of those. Charlie Kirk is the Patriot of the Year. Charlie Kirk. I was just bringing up Charlie Kirk.
You're being rude.
Well, that was rude when you guys demonized Charlie Kirk on the day of his assassination. That was rude, too.
You're becoming oil, and I'm going to always be the kid starts kicking in. I don't know if you have Asperger's or what. I'm not sure. But whatever disability.
Let me go ahead and continue to play the clip because I don't think y'all picked it first thing.
This morning, we go now to a bipartisan pair of representatives.
Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, that acts of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the scarlet woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, oh azure-lidded woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, a soul of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast. And in his woman, called the scarlet woman, is all power given.
just redeemed yourself, Rush. You just redeemed yourself, Rush. That was all. That was worth it. That was worth it. Worth it. That was worth it.
Real talk, though. Happy Memorial Day. God bless you and your family. I'm going to Shalom. Today's a beautiful day. And peace, love, and prosperity all over. Just we gotta be optimistic. I'm very optimistic. Regardless of the TDS and everything going on, like why would it be against both?
17. But we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, oh splendorous serpent. 19 hours your living woman. 20. The key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men are fools. 12 come forth, oh children, under the stars and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you and in you. My ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14 above the Jackals, splendor of no end. She bends in ecstasy. Kiss the secret orders of our deep glow. The starry blue are mine, O Enkavna Konsu. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men of fools. 12 come forth, oh children, under the stars and take your fill of love. manifestation of new wheat, the unfurling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. For every number is infinite, there is no difference. Help me, oh, one of feet in my unveiling before the children of men. 6 feet are deep, my secret center, my heart and my tongue. 7, behold, it is revealed by Iris, the minister of Heart. 8, the calves is in the cool, not the cool in the calves. 9, worship then the calves, and behold, my light shed over you. 10, let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the a manifestation of new wheat, to the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no limit. My secret centers, my heart and my thought. 7, 0. It is revealed by I was the minister of Heart. It's in the cats, it's in the poo, not the poo in the cats. 9, worship, then the cats, and behold my light shed over you. 10, let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle river. Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawk's. By my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lord I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet, and I fear. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the entire year. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of prayer, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. I know the dark ways of music, the song that I made of war to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, and strike my cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the five, the voice of the six, 11 are the voices. Abrahadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke it. I am the the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds are radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue wither of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of earth, so run I after thee in thy power of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the one of double power in the voice of the master. Abrahadabra, by the word I invoke thee. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Giant and in my hand is my sword of revenge. Let it strike again. By the sword we invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the six, the voices. Abraham. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Around me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mighty blue figure at the intimate. I'm a crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so that I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. For that the wonder of the power in the voice of the master. Conquering Lord, God, Lord, of the God. By the sword I invoke thee. 11 of the voices. Oh, brother, oh, brother. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I know thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I know thee about me. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by your brightness. I know thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse with the sign. Given of none, save it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman. I know thee. Mine is the garment of white, so mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiant, sweet and pure. By their brightness, I. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in line, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, or in rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, that one might be remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or abracadabra. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than
Patty, the equivalency is just fiduciary and an escrow. You know, lawyers do this type of bullshit, and the problem really is that we have a legal industrial complex, and really the thing is, this money is just going to transfer to the lawyers that are representing J6ers and other people that the Trump administration is aware of, that feels that they have been slighted by the legal judicial system. If you are a strong Democrat and you are a proud liberal, well, you know, lawfare and the legal industrial complex is actually to your favor, because most judges tend to be very liberal and Democrat. The bigger problem. Oh, he was trying to tell about what you get your act on when you're at the game right now, so no. Yo, let's go.
So it's a... Please don't scroll. Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to be... I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay. Studio quiet, the middle of the day. deepest breath. Hold them all. Don't run for you are the answer. I needed to know. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in a hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Run from the feeling. One more second, you can't stop believing. Wisdom of God, wisdom of God, eyes of love. Let it go. You are the answer. I needed to know. Stay near if I break. Pull me through, teach my hands to release. I know it's true. Wisdom of God, now it's known. Wisdom of God, my eyes open. Wisdom of God, everything's now it's gone. Wisdom of God, I'm yours. Joy of heart and light.
That's because this method survives only in a few bakeries in China. Every morning, the baker waits about 100 eggs. She mixes yeast, milk powder, and adds the eggs and yeast.
Like a name I couldn't not 11, 10, not 9, stay.
Letting it rise one last time. Just as people
Heart enlightenment. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt, like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my troubles, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking, and your problems take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9. I know that the chosen backs of infinite space is the prince, priest, the beast.
You're going down. Uh-oh.
They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, master of infinite space, is the prince priest, the beast. And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. For he is ever sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping but ye are not so chosen. 18 burn upon the key of the rituals is in the secret. The rituals is in the secret word which I have. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men are fools. 12. Both their gods and their men are fools. Come forth, O children, under the stars and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you and in you. My ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14, above the Jaguars, is the naked splendor of no end. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret orders of our deep winged glow. The starry blue are mine, O Enk of Nakonsu. Stories of fools that men do, both their gods and their men of fools. 12 13 I am above you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14 above the starry blue, all right is to see your joy. 14 above the gemmed azure is the naked splendor of New Year. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of Hades. The winged globe is starry blue. On mine oenketh nachon su. My joy is to see your joy. Manifestation of new wheat, the unfailing, and every woman is a star. For every number is infinite, there is no difference. Eight, the cubs is in the nine, worship then the parents, and behold, my light shed over you. 10, let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the the manifestation of new breed, to the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. difference. Five, help me, O warrior lord of deeps, in my unveiling before the children of men. Give our deeds, my secret centers, my heart and my heart. Seven, behold, it is revealed why I was the minister of poor Patras. Praise in the house, is in the pool. In the cats, nine worship, then the cats, and behold my light shed over you. Let my servants give you a secret, they shall know the name and the My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Unsaved deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sword with gold, flashing on my that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Sign of the prophets and time, Lord, by the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. I think that travel the ways of world, so I after thee, uncommon glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power and the voice of the Master. By the song I invoke thee. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike. I invoke Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my Father about me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Thine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamed I invoke thee. Thine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear by my robe. I invoke thee. Thine is the sign of a prophet and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the entire. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of fire, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Abracadabra. By the word I invoke thee. I know the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Shall the conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. It's the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. But me shine, the diamonds are radiant, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. All my money I invoke thee. Above me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse design given of none. Second Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or under the ether, of whirling air, or of rushing fire. And every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be. Mine is the head of the hawk, I bear the rose and cross of life and love. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abrahadabra. Remain the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the one, might be there. For I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. Close to your quiet light, in the middle of the day, stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it and start believing. Wisdom of God. Wisdom of God. Wisdom Your touch is a steady on the dust of who I am. Every wound gets named, then it fades in. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. Wisdom of If I tremble, stay near. If I break, pull me through. Teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. 10, not 9, 10, not 11. I breathe in your holy calm. The storm in my head lays down like wisdom of Wisdom of God, yours alone. It came like dawn in my head, soft but stronger than I knew. The fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise. Now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath. Hold them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Hold, let it go, go, go. You are the touches of steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound game is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. I'm thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, rise above. Let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know if I tremble, stay near if I break. Pull me through, teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. 10 not 9, 10 not 11. I breathe in your holy calm, and the storm in my head lays down like a palm. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know. Wisdom of God, now it's gone. Wisdom of God, I'm yours alone. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. All for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, that ox of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the scarlet woman is all power given.
They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and shield. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, oh azure-lidded woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, my soul of infinite space, gather my children into their fold. They shall she but to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But ye are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19 odds your lidded woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him.
the stars and see your joy. Floating above the gender shores, the naked splendor of the wind. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret orders of her teeth. The wind globe, the starry blue are mine. When these are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. 13 am above you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14 above, the gemmed azure is the naked splendor of Nuit. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret orders of Hades. The wicked globe, the starry blue, are mine. Awaketh dawn soon. My joy is to see your the naked splendor of Nuit. She bends in ecstasy. my secret center, my heart and my tongue. 7, behold, it is revealed my eyeless, the minister of war upon Brent. 8, the clouds is in the gloom, not the gloom in the clouds. 9 was then the clouds, and behold, my light shadow. Let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule. To the unveiling of the company of heaven, every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. 5, help me, O warrior lord of Thebes, in my unveiling before the children of men. Be thou amidst my secret center, my heart and my tongue. 7, behold, it is revealed my eye was the minister of Lord Patras. Thanks in the house is in the tomb, not the who in the caps. 9 worship, then the caps, and behold my light shed over you. 10, let my servants be few and secret, they shall know the many and the none. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of one saving deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time, Lord. By the sign I invoke thee. I invoke thee. My fingers travel the keys of world, so run I after thee in thy call. Conquering all horrors of in my hand is thy sword of revenge. Strike my cheek by the sword I voice of the five, the voice of the 6, 11 are the voices. Abrahadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead, my mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoked it. Above me shine the diamonds are radiance. White triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. 14th child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. I'm a body I invoke thee. Around me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be, oh be, oh Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white stone with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a office and typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white and gold, and mine the blue figure at the ultimate year. I'm a crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of birds, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Father, the one that double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Hey, mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child of conquering Lord, Lord, Agnes God, by the sword I invoke thee. In my hand is the sword of revenge, let it strike, I like the beat, by the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the five, the voice of the six, 11 of the voices. Abra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head
Well, I mean, he wasn't like wrong about the facts. It's just that he thinks that his words are going to change your mind.
Well, again, I think that we didn't have a place to debate, right? Because he's a religious letter. For him, this is more religious belief. Yeah.
I'll leave you guys for just a little bit. You guys get yourselves in trouble. What are you doing?
Hey, check out us for your kids.
child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor by the brightness. Mine is the red triangle reverse this time, giving up. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, or dry land, or in the air, of whirling air, or of rushing fire. And every spell and scourge of God, the vast one. Mine is the head of the hawk, Abraham. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can start believing. Wisdom of God. Knowledge comes. Wisdom of your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I am. Every wound gets made, then it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can start bleeding. Pull me through, teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. 10 not 9, 10 not 11. I breathe in your holy call in the storm. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, arise above. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. All for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, an ox of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the scarlet woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, oh azure-lidded woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, my soul of infinite space, is the prince priest, the beast. And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. For he is ever sun and she moon chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, oh splendrous serpent. 18 burn upon their brows, oh splendrous serpent. 19 hours your living woman, these are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men are fools. 12 come forth, oh children, under the stars and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you and in you, my ecstasy is yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14, the Gemdar's heart is the naked splendor of no end. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret orders of a deep wind. Glow the starry blue are mine, O Enkavna Konsu. These are fools. 12 come forth, oh children, under teen above, the gemmed azure is the naked splendor of new age. She bends in ecstasy, my joy is to see your child. Every man and every woman is a star. For every number is infinite, there is no difference. Help me, oh, walk by your feet in my unveiling before the children of men. My heart and my tongue. Seven, behold, it is written in the cups. Nine, worship then the Let my servants be few and secret. They shall rule the many and the known. The manifestation of new wheat to the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. For the children of men, be thou an inch, my secret centers, my heart and my heart. Seven, behold, it is revealed by I was the minister of Lord Patron. As my servants, if you would secret, they shall know the name and the law. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I am the only begotten, for me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee, my anger with white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save thee, of thee, O Lord. By the beloved I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sown with gold, the flashing of day that I wear by my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and Typhoon, by the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue veil of the entire. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of fire, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the wonder of double power in the voice of the Master. By the word I invoke thee. I know the dark blue waves of the in my hand is thy sword of revenge, and strike thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the five, the voice of the 6, 11 are the voices. Abrahadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead, my mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds are radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. For mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of earth, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the ones of double power in the voice of the Master. Abrahadabra, by the word I invoke thee. Be mine not the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made a bold to invoke thee. heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Among me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none. Save it be, oh thee, oh Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white stone with gold, the flashing of light that I will. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon, by the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and my blue figure at the intimate ear. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. For that the one that double power in the voice of the master. By the word I invoke thee. Hey, thine heart, the dark blue waves of music, oh God, oh, magnet blood. By the sword I invoke thee. In my hand is that sword of revenge. Let it strike. I shall be beaten. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of divine. The voice of the six. 11 are the voices. Abra, abra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none, save it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white stone. Mine is the head of the man. spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be. Mine is the head of the hawk, Abraham! I bear the rose and cross of life and came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God, love is gone. came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deep, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can stop believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Oh, 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 let it go, go, go. You are the answer I needed to know. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in my heart. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can't stop believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, rise above. Oh, 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 let it go, go, go. You are the answer I needed to know. If I tremble, stay near. If I break, pull me through. Teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. 10 not 9, 10 not 11. I breathe in your holy call, and the storm in my head lays down upon wisdom of God. Now it's joy. Wisdom of God. Now it's love. Wisdom of God. My heart is open. Wisdom of God. Rise above. Oh, oh, oh. Let it go, go, go. You are the answer I needed to know. Wisdom of God. Now it's gone. Wisdom of God. I'm yours. Wisdom of God is now joy of heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touch your problems, take the deepest breath of the day. All for 10, not 11, 10, not 9, stay. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, and light. Found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a container couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking, and your problems take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9, stay. Now you shall know that the chosen free, the acts of infinite space.
Hey everyone, check this out. It's 25 Zen Essays by R.H. Blythe. Really interesting. This book on John.
And in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, oh azure lidded woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, master of infinite space, is the prince priest to be. And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Under the stars and take your fill of love. 13 letters of you and my ecstasy is yours. My joy is to see your joy. For till the chapters rise, the naked splendor of the earth, she bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret orders of her deep glow. The starry blue are mine, O Enkavna Konsu. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men of fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. 13 gemmed azure is the naked splendor of New Age. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of Hades. The winged globe is starry blue. Her mind wanketh nachon zu. My joy is to see your joy. The manifestation of new Eve, the unfurling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. For every number is infinite, there is no difference. Help me, oh Lord of thieves, in my unveiling before the children of men. 6 feet off deep, my secret center, my heart and my tongue. 7, behold, it is revealed, my eyes, the cubs is in the cool, not the cool in the cubs. 9 worship then the cubs. Few and secret, they shall rule the many and the the manifestation of new Eve, to the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. 5, help me, O warrior lord of deeps, in my unveiling before the children of men. Be thou a need, my secret center, my heart and my heart. 7, behold, it is revealed by I was the minister of Orpakrat. Praise in the cast is in the gloom, not the who in the cast. 9 worship, then the cats, and behold my light shed over you. 10, let my servants give you a secret, they shall illuminate and the Mine is the head of the insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Reverse the sign given of my saving need of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sword with gold, passing on my that I wear. By my robe I invoke mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the new vigor of the intimate air. My crown I invoke. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in my car of glory. By my fingers I invoke. I bear the wand of double power and the voice of the Master. By the song I invoke my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the hand is thy sword of revenge. And strike thy cheek by the sword trophy. Voice of the 5, the voice of the 6, 11 are the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead, my mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoked it. About me shine, the diamonds are radiant, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke it. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none, save it be of mine is the sign of a prophets and typhon. By the sign I invoke it. Mine is the children of white and gold, and mine the rubies of the intimate. By my crown I invoke it. My fingers travel on the beats of her, so run I out the day in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke it. I hear the wonder of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham over by the word I invoke it. I know the dark blue waves of music in the song that are made of old to invoke it. Strike, strike the master chord. Strike, to the flaming sword. Strike, shout to the conquering Lord. Forward, a big jump, by the song I invoke it. mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I know about me shiny agreements of radiance, white and pure. I bear brightness. I bear turn gold in your eyes. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I am. Every wound gets named and it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can't start believing. Wisdom of cannot hold with you. 10 not 9, 10 not 11. I breathe in your holy calm. The storm in my head lays down like a palm. Wisdom of It came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. The fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking. Let it fall. Take the deepest breath. Hold them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can stop the Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold me close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can't stop believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, eyes of love. Oh, 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 let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know if I tremble. Stay near if I break. Pull me through, teach my heart. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God. Wisdom of God is now joy of heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. Off 10, not 11, 10, not 9, stay. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt, like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9, stay. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, the axle of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 19, oh, as your 19, oh, as your lidded woman the rituals is in the secret world. Is the prince priest the beast? And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children, 16, for he is ever a son, and she but ye are not so chosen. The key of the rich into these are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men are fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars and take your joy. For till the Gentiles rise, the naked splendor of thee. Globe starry blue are mine, O Enkefna Konsu. These are in you, my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. Is to see your joy. joy is to see. My secret center, my heart and my tongue. 7, behold, it is revealed by eyeless, the minister of horror. 8, the cubs is in the cool. 9, worship then the clouds, and behold, my light shed over you. 10, let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the the manifestation of new breed, to the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. 5, help me, O warrior lord of deeds, in my unveiling before the children of men. Our needs, my secret center, my heart and my heart. 7, behold, it is revealed by I was the minister of poor Patras. Because is in the cool, not the cool in the cats. 9, worship, then the cats, and behold my light shed over you. Let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the loud. Mine is I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of unsacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sword with gold, the flashing of my light wear. By my right as the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lord I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of office and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the entire. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of fire, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. By the word I invoke thee. I know the dark blue waves of beauty of the song that I sing, oh, to invoke strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, and the conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. In my hand is thy sword, voice of the five and the voice of the 6, 11 are the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. Father is dead, my mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sown with gold, the flashing of eye that I wear by my robe, I invoke thee. In mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon, by the sign I invoke thee. For mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate, by my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of her, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the bond of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Be my Lord of dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Child and conquering Lord. Horror. Avenger. By the song I invoke thee. In my hand is my sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy vision. By the song I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the sexy living of the every heart of love. For me with labor and pain and pain. By my body I invoke thee. Allow me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be, oh be, oh Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white sown with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white and gold, and mine the blue figure at the intimate ear. By my crown I invoke thee. Must travel on the peaks of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. For thou the one that double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Hey, thine are the blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike the master chord. About me, shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by their brightness. Might is the red triangle reverse with the sign, giving of none save the D of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman. Might is the garment of white, so mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness,
Hey Soma, good evening. Yes, I do have WhatsApp, but I don't actually really use it. And I have a Motorola, but feel free to send me a voice note. And I hope you're having a lovely evening. Feel free to send me a voice note.
Well, he's taking me out at 5 in the morning. Didn't grow up fighting like I did, right? So I want my son to be a dog when he's out on the court, but I did not raise him to be a dog, right? Like I raised him to not be a pushover, but at the same time, he's not a like. No, he goes out there and he go do a layup, right? So he goes into the layup, and I say, okay, I'm going to cover you lightly. I want to see what you do, right? So he's trying to get around my outstretched arm to block him, and I'm like, bro, like, do you watch the good players in the NBA? Do you watch the good players in college? He probably doesn't watch enough of it. And I'm like, do you know how you do a layup if you want to be successful? He's like, no. And I'm like, all right, you stand there, and I'm going to do one. And I like knocked him over, like I put my shoulder into him. As it went, and he's like, oh, he's like, yeah, I got it. I'm like, all right, so you do it. So he comes in, and he hits me with his shoulder, and he like goes up for layup, and he got it in. And he like has a smile on his face. I'm like, yes, bro. I'm like, why are you playing nice with these kids out there? Like, I'm not saying to hurt the kids in your team, but why are you trying to avoid contact? Like, you see, like, you can't stand how much Shea goes to the line. For this guy Shea on the Oklahoma, he goes to the line like 11 times a game. He draws fouls. He's a flopper. And I'm like, but part of it is because he goes in and creates contact, bro. You got to lead with your shoulder. Stop trying to avoid the contact and go in and, this is my basket and I'm going to score it. If you're in my way, I'm going to knock you over. That's kind of the mindset, So.
Yeah, if the lane is clear, when you decide to take it, it's yours.
Yeah. But the lane's almost never clear, so you have to make it clear.
You gotta take a little bit, get that guy to step one to one side, and then you go the other side. If he doesn't step, you go outside.
And if he doesn't step, you go through him, is what I'm talking about. Your right shoulder, if you're left-handed, needs to meet him on his right shoulder. He's reaching towards you, you're banging him off the block, you adjust for the contact, and then you shoot. So we did like 50 of those. My shoulder was.
Well, the thing is, you can't make contact with somebody who's not moving.
Right.
Turns out everybody's moving.
Yeah, everybody's moving. Yeah. Game speed is different, but anyways, my shoulder was hurt after he was done because he started figuring it out. I was like, that's what I'm talking about, bro. I'm like, you can't go to practice tomorrow trying to be avoiding people because you're taller than them and stuff. Like, you know, same thing on defense. You got to know they're coming at you. They're going to hit you like that. You got to brace for that or get out of the way. Like one of the two. Go for the steal. Do it something. But you just stand there. You just like barbecue chicken, bro. They're just going to knock you over. And
the trick is to mesh like gears. You got to like put the tooth in and you got to roll around it.
What?
Wait a second. What? What's wrong with barbecue chicken? I like barbecue chicken.
Nothing. You gotta put your shoulder into their shoulder and then roll around those shoulders like they're a pair of gears.
You could, but I just wanted to knock and have enough toughness to still score the basket. And even if you miss, they see you coming hard.
You get the shot of the way.
Yeah, you get bigger than you. It's because you know what I'm gonna do.
Are you gonna use AI like Ben does to help him get a 3-point shot that never misses?
Yeah, well, Dad has a really good 3-point shot, so he's just trying to do it. No, but he follows the way I shoot, which is not bad. He's gotten a lot better shooting. His shooting has gotten, that's probably the thing that's picked up the quickest, but you run 50 makes from like just 5 different spots, and then you back up to do it from 3-point land. You do 50 makes, and you do it every day, twice a day. You get really good shooting. Comparatively, only show up in practice 2 days a week. You do that 4 days a week, and they can't make up the time because it's like you're advancing like weeks in 1 week, you know, compared to what they're doing. You know, and then a couple weeks go by, it's like you're a month better than you were. You know, and just keep doing that. And it feels like you're 2-3 years ahead at the end of the year when they see you again. Like same place next time. Like, damn, what happened to this kid? But you gotta get out and do it. But the only thing with him is he has a chance because he really does.
What are you working out? Nothing. I'm at my place. What are you doing? Are you at like a gym? Where are you working out at? Where? Oh, right. Yeah, the last time was nice. Did you go the last time in Chicago? Well, you're barely sweating yet. You gotta work out harder and break that sweat.
stars. So it turns out, after more careful analysis,
No, I'm saying it's basically.
If you guys have fetishes for Jewish and it's really women, just be honest.
listen, why wouldn't I just go straight for parrots or ravens or something else with a big beak? It's not necessary.
What's the thing? Listen, there's no such thing as Israel. Let me do a DNA test. Nothing shows Israel. Let's go Ukraine, Romania, fucking Poland. That's why in Israel they banned to do a DNA test. It is banned to do a DNA test.
Such an idiot.
Dilambarat, خیلیتن شده. Dilambarat, خیلیتن شده.
Palestine is a place where unicorns come from, because it doesn't exist.
The worst part about living in Palestine is you have to live next door to Jews, for fuck's sake.
This video contains images that may disturb some viewers.
The video is violent and extreme. 8 men are dragged into the center of an intersection in Gaza City. We'll pause the video here, but they're then shot some several times.
Because of what? No, because of all the shit that you guys.
And the child pregnancy amongst Muslims is skyrocketing.
Yeah, a document. Yeah, and put it in the.
Please take a shoot my guns. I wish you motherfuckers would shut the fuck up.
Yeah, he's doing it outside again. I would get like 20 cop cars pull up and then they'd take me to jail.
I told you he was gay.
Kurds and the difference between all the Middle East.
What about Orthodox, Hasidic, Zionism? What about those kind of stuff?
What about?
Oh, I love it, dude. I'm a Zionist. I mean, Ahura Mazda, the duality of God, from that was 1,500 years before Jesus was born. You want to talk about reading the Tao Te Ching? Because he was an Iranian that went to India and then Buddhism and came back and then started Zoroastrianism in 1300 BC.
You should read the Talmud.
Do you really want to play with a guy that wanted to be a history teacher?
Listen, the Talmud states that none of us are human unless we're Jews. So just be careful with that.
What do your hadiths say about the Jews?
To respect every religion, but it's not my hadith.
No, that's absolutely not true. Absolutely. What fucking world do you live in?
Islam says that just Muslims
I have
go
Muslim
to
friends,
heaven.
I have Jewish friends, I have Christian friends.
No, but you're also stupid.
I'm not stupid. So
Have you ever read a hadith or the Quran?
I read every single book, the Torah, the Quran, and
No, you have not. You're a liar. Liar. If you say that the hadith say to respect Jews, go back to sucking his cock. Just be quiet.
Listen, man. Tell your father to stick his tongue deep down your asshole.
You know what's cool? You guys can look this up. You see, I'm half Corsican. You can look up Corsica still. I think like 15% of their population is Muslim because you have this problem with them there. But for years and years and years, they did not have a mosque on the island. Because every time they try to build it, and you can look this up, Corsica Muslims, and it'll probably give you a shit ton of stories. And then they'd burn it down during construction, or they had a prayer room. And whatever, they were bitching too much about not having a mosque. They would throw a chopped off pig heads into the prayer room. And
what the fuck are you saying, bro? That's 100% wrong. I have friends.
I think that's fucking amazing. I think it's fucking amazing. You can look it up. And then what they also do is there was a couple of imams that they were complaining about, and that were saying we want a mosque, and then they'd end up murdering them. And you know what their biggest problem is though is that in Corsica they have a nationalist separatist movement, and it's a very well armed, very criminal island, and they just did not tolerate them. And it's almost like they had apartheid in Corsica, which is pretty fucking cool if you ask me. Really cool.
All for change your picture, man. I want your ass. I gotta hack you right now. I gotta
Yeah. If you look at the flag of Corsica, it is literally a
Moore's head. It's literally chopped off Moore's head. I'm dead serious. Look at it. Yeah.
Hello. I'm guessing it was during Barbary pirate era.
I think you can remember hatred against Islam.
Listen, when everyone's in their casket, don't be.
Brother, it's not you. I am leading a crusade against the Muslim and the Jew.
Dude, honestly, Pepe, I'm not opposed to your idea. I mean, I want there to be a state of Israel, but I don't give a fuck about the Jews in Israel.
You shut up. I'm talking to Pepe. Why don't you have any other topics to discuss?
You want to talk to Pepe?
It's because look at the room I'm in. I didn't make this room. I'm not even a moderator in it, so I didn't pick this topic.
We're just looking at the facts, Mom, and facts.
But every day you are in a room to insult Muslim. Every day you are in a room to discuss to insult other people. I don't know why.
Have you ever thought about having Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior? Because you can't be redeemed. You can't become one with the Lord and you can go to heaven.
Actually, I believe in Jesus Christ.
Okay, but do you believe he's God? Well, you don't believe he's God. Unfortunately, that's cut it.
Yes. I believe in him, but I don't believe he's God. I believe he's an apostle, a messenger of God, but I don't believe him.
I disagree.
Well, your Quran says the Bible is 100% true, and the Bible says that Jesus is God. And like for you to say he's not God, that means that your Quran contradicts itself.
No, Quran says
your Quran is contradicting itself because either the Bible is true or it's not true.
Well, it is not.
It's true, but some scriptures were modified. Some scriptures were modified.
By whom and by when?
Anyways, I'm not talking about religions.
But you're just making up a falsity. That's a false narrative.
Thank you.
Yeah, you just saying that it got changed. You won't tell me what verses when.
Let me talk to Pepe, please. Let me talk to Pepe. Okay, thank you so much. So now
he thinks
everyone down.
Well, hold on, let him talk.
Yes, now you're letting everyone down that you get paid to do this every day because it is impossible for anyone to waste his time every day insulting another religion on Clubhouse.
Oh, yeah, you're the one who said I'm a Mossad agent. I forgot. Dude,
yes.
I'm pretty pissed off because you're blowing my fucking cover. I have to sit around, okay, talking to these.
Not only you. Many other people like Glow, Ocean, all the moderators. Glow, Ocean, Masha. All these people are Mossad agents. I doubt. I don't know. I don't doubt. I don't have it. I don't have it.
What's the problem with insulting?
I don't have time. You know our problems with Zionism. I don't have time to be on Clubhouse every day insulting Zionists.
You didn't mention me. So I am from Muhadarat al-Israeliya.
Okay, no problem. I'm talking about Pepe because I notice him every day on this Clubhouse insulting Islam. This is not normal.
Well, what can I say? The country I work for has a lot of bucks to throw at people like me. That's all it is.
No, you have to be a good person. You don't have to be different, okay? Just as Jesus Christ said.
Jesus Christ said,
you love your enemies, right?
Beliefs. Who says that we shouldn't
Jesus Christ.
Beliefs?
If you're a good Christian,
if they're
Muhammad said, the hour will not be
Jesus Christ said,
until you fight
just a second,
and the stone behind which a Jew
individuals
will say, oh Muslim, there is a Jew hiding behind me, so kill him.
Jesus Christ, that I love as Muslims.
Respect beliefs. There are many stupid beliefs in the world, and I'm not going to respect them. Just a second, let me finish.
He always says Muslims. He always says
Mute yourself. No, I'm telling you to mute yourself. Okay, fine. If you're not going to mute yourself. You don't want to fucking listen? Okay. Go ahead, Masa.
Okay, we can disagree with your belief. We can hate your belief. We can disrespect your belief if it's stupid to us. Okay? That's people who should be respected as individuals, as long as they are respecting the others. That's it. We are not supposed to.
Is you, Christians. Until they pay the jizya, which is like a tax, would you respect them if they say, kill them wherever you encounter them?
No, in fact, I just don't want them. I mean, I personally just wouldn't play that game. I just like.
So fuck them.
Well, I mean, if we're gonna be, I mean, it's hard to talk to Muslims mainly because I know that such a good chunk of them do not say to us what they actually think and what they're actually and what they're willing to accept from other Muslims in regards to how they would treat us or look at us. So I just personally just think they're people that are best avoided. Like they should just remain in the Middle East where they are and not be in the West like at all, except for very small numbers. That's always been my view. So, you know, I don't hate them or anything, and I can really care less what their religion says. I'm not a religious person, but the problematic part is that they not only is their religion like inherently intolerant, but it's a religion of conquest where they have to try to subjugate and take over other people. And you know what Islam? What is the whole? Essentially, what is Islam? It's submission to God. They expect you to submit, and you know that's
wrong. It's a submission to Muhammad and God. There's a difference there. It's not submission to God. It is submission to Muhammad, the messenger. Hello?
I don't know. I mean, I'm sorry. You're not going to have me and I do get like this snotty pretentiousness about me, I guess you can say, where it's like fucking warlord from the 4th century. Go fuck yourselves. I mean, I don't want to see it. I mean, it's a term that used to get used a lot, but they call it a mud religion. It's just beneath us, and that's like largely how I don't seek out Muslims to hurt them or God damn it. Your mic, dude.
I'm really again, like I seek out Muslims.
I think your mic's not making too much noise.
Like, you know, it's 9 o'clock.
Okay, let's relax on the gun there.
Differences of beliefs, and we kind of have to live with each other, so we just won't go there. But you don't really have this. You don't see like either group really wanting to hurt the other or force them.
You don't want to force conversions, and you don't want to be killed because of your beliefs. It's really simple.
Yeah, and that's unfortunately that's kind of where Islam is, and I don't know. You can call it like Islamophobic because I am calling it out. That's I don't care about labels. I mean, you can call me Islamophobic all you want.
What would you do if like they would live like amongst you in America, but like in such a huge amount of them that they would like teach the children to bind like bombs onto their bodies, go into groups of Christians and blow themselves up? How would you like that?
Well, I'm not going to. This may sound cold, but there does. If you have to live with a population like that, it's going to likely turn into what would become a civil war and probably a genocide, where they will. I don't mean accidentally, but deliberately just kill families and basically eradicate them.
That's not a genocide. If it's a war and it's not deliberately and you're acting out of self-defense, it's not a genocide. Genocide has to meet a certain criteria, and it's quite a few to be labeled that.
Well, I guess how do I rephrase this? So I think like especially in like 100 years ago, if let's say you had a European population and they had like let's say close to 50% of the population was Muslim and they were committing terrorist attacks like with children, and when I use the term genocide, I mean they would want it so that every Muslim, despite their role, they'd probably kill them. I mean, just realistically, and in a way, it's like how else to stop it from reoccurring is a lot of people, they hear the term genocide and think, oh my God, that's so horrible. But genocides have happened many times. And like the Assassins, where the assassin, the term comes from.
Commercial.
They were
nighttime.
Very violent, brutal people that
Variety shows. Such as
they really weaponized assassination.
my act
They
didn't have anything in it that I
I'm
really had
trying to think, who was it
tell
that
or
ended up
change.
killing them? They basically they said, okay, well, you know what, just kill every man, woman, child.
objectionable language so much.
That was that. They were off the face of this planet.
Two jokes
And
in the course
that
of
problem never occurred again.
One of them was about Muhammad Ali. He was the world champion.
It may be like anti-Christian to do, but if you're being 100% logical, sometimes like I'm not advocating for this. But think about like in the past, in tribal regions,
And as a result,
sometimes
they
genocide is
denied him
literally
his
the
heavy
only way you can persist
he couldn't fight.
and no longer have to deal with an attack from
So
the
I
other
had
side.
two jokes in this monologue. One of them was about George Wallace, the
Let's
racist
talk about
governor of
ICE.
Alabama. who was
So how are
running
they
for president.
doing? Are they like
And he had a thing he used to like to say he would do,
like
make
sending
fun
back
of
illegal?
liberals in the North, calling them
Not
pointy-headed intellectuals. He would call that was his code word
Why?
for the
No
Jewish
idea.
establishment
Flush the
in the
toilet.
Northeast intellectual
Did they
Washington,
stop?
New York corridor. The liberal
No, it's just the
establishment.
numbers weren't
That was his
really that.
shorthand for that.
I mean, compared to Biden's, the numbers were
And I had two
are
jokes
higher
in this.
because they were just
One
letting a
was,
bunch of people in.
George Wallace keeps talking about pointy-headed
He's just not
intellectuals.
reporting
Have
it.
you ever seen the sheets they wear down there?
Got many people compared to like even Obama.
Pointy-headed sheets in the Ku Klux Klan. Another
Yeah,
joke
but I think his people that he's going after is way more strategic.
Muhammad Ali's
You know, he's going after child traffickers, like people that you know, all the worst of the worst. And yeah, he's catching other people in between, but like, dude, it's like we've been saving kids for the last 2 years. Like nobody's ever heard. Like I think it was last week, 37 kids just got found.
The producer Bob Precht came to me. He was the son-in-law.
Like 37 kids are being trafficked.
One of those jokes you can keep. The other one has to go.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
yeah.
when they use child trafficking, though, people's mind automatically goes to sex trafficking. A lot of, how many of these kids are going to actual family member or being sent by family in Mexico to live with other family members that are already here?
Bias and bigotry in the South.
It was 37 kids in a
So I
brothel.
chose the Muhammad Ali joke to stay in because
No,
it was
no, no.
a joke.
Well, I mean, I feel like you can look it up and you'd be able to see it. And it was within the last 2
One
weeks.
joke that bothers people per bit or something. I don't know. Strange.
Yeah, in other words, to say that.
I mean, I get the bracelets that they all wear. I know which way they're going based on their bracelets. Because they'll wear different colored bracelets that tell the coyote people that, like, you know, where they're ultimately going to end up.
But in Mexico, they use the bracelets more or less to show them where you are in the process of whether or not you need it.
I agree.
Well,
Popular under Obama. So under Obama, so when you had the huge flood of people coming across the border, they were turning themselves in. Even though they were turning themselves in, this is the best way into the country, and when they were coming across, many of them would have their bracelets on, but as they were coming across the border, what they were doing is they were dumping their. So basically, at the checkpoints, it was the desert was littered with the different colored bracelets, ID cards that they would just like dump before they crossed the border.
Pepe, what do you think about Trump making that executive order that, like, if you're gonna get a green card, you have to wait outside the United States to get approval? What do you think about that one that just happened?
I don't have like a strong opinion on it.
Wow. Let's go next.
yeah, so one of the deals with that is that when they did that the first time, I remember there was a shitload of people down here just south of the border here in TJ, and they were not they were not being bad people, but the problem was they were just they were stuck. So they would literally get tents, or they would have tents. I want to say like tent farms, I guess, where they'd fill baseball fields full of tents, and everybody would stay there, and then they kicked the people out of the field, and they made a new one or something like that. Yeah, so it was really kind of a nuisance, but
That's a you problem.
Yeah, where I come from, we call that a personal problem.
Well, no, I'm just explaining to you what it was like when they did that the first time, because nobody ever gets to see that.
Time, dude? It's been happening throughout history, bro.
Well, nobody ever gets to see it if you're on the U.S. side, because you don't, you're not down here, so you don't see
I can read it in the book.
Well, you can, but it's a little different.
Well, I mean, when you've been there, done that, and got the T-shirts, do you think I care?
Oh, I know you don't care. It's okay. It's just from somebody that's down here, from somebody's perspective that's down here, that's like I'm not used to the shit, but I got to see it up front. Yeah, it was a little distracting.
Yeah, but you got the people in Tijuana, the way you said, TJ. I know what you meant. Like, you got people in Tijuana living in tent cities around your, outskirts, whatnot, or in baseball fields, as you said. But, the reality is, why when you come from Guatemala, would you not ask for refugee in Mexico? Why are you coming to America? Why are you passing a whole country to get to our country? Like, if you were really in, a hurtful place, you would go to the first country that wasn't yours and ask for asylum. Why are you moving across multiple countries to come to get to ours?
Well, the reason why they bypass Mexico is because Mexico pays, nearly as many jobs available for them, and of course, yes, the pay is a lot less, and it's also one thing you have to understand is Mexico somewhat tolerates people getting funneled through their country, but they're actually pretty strict on the legal immigration. They're notorious for hypercritically saying, "Oh, why don't you guys take more people in?" They're saying that to America, but even their socialist president AMLO, he was 100% against Central American immigration. They expel and deport Americans all the time for overstaying visas. With Americans, it's often because they are increasing the prices of rental properties and that kind of stuff, and it pisses everybody off, and so they end up getting deported. But no, it's not really a good place for them. The American influence down here is fucking crazy. The prices up here or down here, holy shit. They've pretty much tripled, I guess, in the last, I would say, 10 years.
So it costs you $1 for a taco?
I hate to change your topics, moderators, but great news. BLM Executive Director Tashiela Sharia Morey Dickerson has been charged with embezzling $3.15 million to buy 6 properties, a luxury car, shopping sprees, and $50,000 in Uber Eats. This fat pig has been arrested.
Yay! Fuck California.
Wow. Well, that's good news, I guess,
Well, I mean, holding women accountable, Yeah, of course.
Well, I mean, she did it all for George Floyd, right? So.
She did it for the gram.
Yeah, for sure. Was it the gram or the ounce?
No, I mean, we're living in Memorial Day. We're talking about like the reality of all the bullshit we live through. I mean, Pepe was talking about the Sunnis and the Shias when I first showed up, and like, are you an American? Do you believe in the red, black, blue, or are you just a bitch about it?
What's happening, Joe? How are you? I'm doing great. I didn't know I came up on stage.
Great answer.
I was getting a cigar and I was listening to you guys. But I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Hope you are too. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, I'm doing all right. Just winding things down. But what I want to do is I want to invite
Who is that
as many people up to
BLM
the stage
scammer?
as we can, just so that we can keep this room open. You know what I mean?
We're not winding things down. You're the one that just can't keep up.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Maybe Tamika's.
Well, earlier, fuck, you should have been here. It was fucking lights out, man.
Maybe Tamika's sister-in-law.
Everything. It was fucking crazy.
Yeah, we were talking about Christians and Jews and like Sunnis and Shias and Kurds. All of them.
Why don't you invite some people up?
I already have.
I always love it when they say lick 'em. Lick 'em. Lick 'em. Oh, okay. Whatever, dude.
What's lick 'em?
It's like, I don't know. I don't know what it means in Arabic, but...
Yeah, my Arabic is a شوي يصير مجنون.
We don't speak Arabic.
Like again, like شوي means so, and مجنون means crazy as fuck. Like, you know, like Salaam alaikum, like Shakum Maku is me Ibrahim. Yeah, I'm a dumbass redneck from Georgia, but yeah, I speak like 11 languages.
Ooh, Mega came in. Come on, dude.
Speak better Arabic than me.
Come up to the stage, dude. Let's see what you got, buddy.
Dude, I love hearing ignorant people run their fucking cocksucker.
Oh, fuck yeah, dude.
Hey, Bree, where did you pick up all these different languages?
I bang a lot of hookers and drink a lot of beer and take a taxi cab to the airport.
That doesn't sound like you get a lot of practice.
Well, I mean, if I can get a hooker, a beer, and a taxi cab ride to the airport, I win. I learned that language.
Ophir, that's a beautiful picture. That guy looks like a Alhamdulillah, and he's a Zionist.
This is Arabi left.
Oh, poor guy.
Terrible.
Got his feelings hurt.
My condolences.
My question is, why is he riding his girlfriend?
They're messages, and they like to dominate their prey.
Because he's got nothing else better to do, right?
I just want to dedicate a little song to a place called Palestine. Never existed, never will exist, and will always just be a part of it. Amachai Yisrael!
How is it outside?
And he never had one lesson.
Now, I'm sorry if you think you're from Palestine, or I'm sorry if you call yourself a Palestiner. Unfortunately, it's going to be developed into luxury real estate. Casinos, parking lots, malls, airports, beaches.
Dude, and the canal that will go from the Persian Gulf all the way to the Mediterranean, right through Gaza from Israel.
Well, there's a lot of talk that when Donald Trump retires from the presidency, that he will be appointed king of the new Gaza.
Well, he joked that he was going to be prime minister of something, right? Another country.
Yeah, he says he could win the election in Israel right now.
I want him, when he's being president, I want him to go down to Cuba and run that bitch.
Well, he said he could be elected in Venezuela.
Oh, Venezuela. Our great partners down there.
Venezuelans would vote for him hands over fist.
Isn't it amazing that one motherfucker, Maduro, that one motherfucker can hold up prosperity, abundance for everybody because he's a goddamn communist, socialist, fascist? Isn't that amazing that just a very small minority, an individual, can cause so many problems?
Bro, and his brother was worse.
Maduro.
You know, like all those regimes that were in Venezuela, like they went from brother to brother. Like,
no, it wasn't. We went from Hugo Chavez to
his brother. He went from Chavez to his brother and then Maduro. You're right. I apologize.
And it never went. No, Nicolas Maduro ended up preceding him. He was appointed as a successor of Hugo Chavez right away. I think you might be thinking of like Cuba or some shit. I don't know.
I might be a little bit high. I've been rolling a couple blunts today. I'm sorry.
I just want to dedicate a little song to a fake place called Palestine. Never existed, never will exist, and will always just be a part of a figment of your imagination.
Delete my victory, I figure.
Well, I'd slap you with my penis in the forehead and mushroom stamp you.
Well, it's not my picture, by the way. It's someone else. I'll leave it.
والله العظيم هذا
If you're not.
أنا فلسطيني من فلسطين.
Inshallah.
You already know what happens.
Assalamu alaikum, habibi.
Pronounce the name of my own country.
Palestine did not exist, and it was the Ottoman Empire.
John,
How much you got paid?
You keep rewriting history to make your own fucking shit and tell us Dina, and y'all can take that one and shove it at your fucking forebrain.
You know what? Today is the death of the 5-year anniversary of the death of George Floyd.
Who was that? Was that the criminal guy that was passing off counterfeit bills that was turned into an ideological propaganda operation, a psyop against the American people on behalf of this CIA and Barack Hussein Obama.
If he got arrested today, that would symbolize something, right? Corruption.
Oh, Jasmine Crockett? I would love for that dumb bitch to get arrested.
Yeah, same with Ilhan Omar. When are we going to get that arrest? Because they said that they were going to bring an indictment against her for immigration fraud.
And her brother.
By the way, she did say that she didn't marry her brother, which I.
Hello?
Her husband is.
Hello?
That's not true.
Hello?
This tell me a piece of shit, man. Look what he say. Is your brother her husband? What the fuck? How do you say? Are you on drugs?
Yes, actually.
Are you on a visa to be able to be a Congress lady?
Guy, retarded, man. He's American. That's why he's retarded, by the way. He's American, man.
Well, you sound like you're a Somali trying to protect a Somali.
That's why I don't live in. Whatever you say.
He's not a Somali. He claims to be Palestinian. Yeah, Ilhan Omar is not married currently to her.
Forgive this guy.
You come from a country that doesn't exist. What are you talking about?
How much you bet if that's true? How much you bet? You bet.
That everything is.
How much you bet? Be like a man. Just I'm gonna see you, man.
I'm answering your question. The answer is the fact that everybody says that she married her brother. How many times did she?
How much you bet?
Can I answer your question without you interrupting?
I don't deal with the retarded.
Are you gonna interrupt?
You don't deal with yourself then.
I don't deal with the retarded.
I was telling you the answer.
I don't deal with the retarded.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, you're retarded.
Sorry, jackass.
The reality is, if it's defamation or slander by either writing it down or saying that she married her brother, why has she not brought a civil suit against anybody that ever brought it up?
I don't think he understands what you're saying.
But you have to listen. You should have
She would have to prove it.
You have to tell him at a third grade level, guys. He's not going to understand what you're saying. One of the reasons she wouldn't bring suit is
you should have listen. If that's true,
depositions, they can ask her anything.
But you have proof, yes or no?
Yes, we have plenty of proof.
Well, the problem with that, whenever you sue somebody, you get this.
In public, oh my God. You.
All right, amazing. But when you sue somebody, you get the suit. So she has to release all of this personal shit. She would never.
You. And you have to answer the question.
What about resigning to say I'm not they wanted to say
They won't go through.
You know, the greatest,
They won't disclose that amount of information.
the biggest tragedy is that Israeli intelligence did.
Oh my God.
Becky, look at her butt. She looks like one of those rap guys' girlfriends. Baby got back. Baby got back. LA face with open booty.
If strong selection well, it wouldn't be strong selection, but if like natural selection had a role in it, it could be that they like
Pepe.
women, so they procreate with them, and that's why they have a lot of big butts.
Pepe, do you believe in the theory of evolution?
Yeah.
So the question about evolution always comes down to genetic mutation. Like there can be no evolution without genetic mutation. Natural selection alone can't create new species. So how do you explain R-word genetic mutations creating non-R-word, genetic mutation? How do you get around the genetic mutation with regards to the progression, of speciation?
I don't know. So genetic drift has more to do with the genes changing. At least that's from what I've been told. So it's interesting. So if you look at, like, a lot of people can't tell them apart, but like bonobos and chimpanzees, which they are 99.6% genetically similar. But I mean, they literally differ by millions of years in evolution. If you look at chimpanzees and humans, I believe it's right at around 99%. Like we're also tens of millions of years away from them. But if you look at all of the archaic hominids that have been dug up, that were, you see like a progression of human-like, like archaic hominids that were gradually
came from one-celled organisms, but there are no two-celled
I
or
have
three,
no idea.
four cells or
I don't want to go.
cells.
Yeah, but I don't want to go back that. No, there is evidence. There's a preponderance of evidence.
Show me a two-celled organism.
Jesus Christ! Shut your fucking mouth. The people that were heated, just kind of left.
Yeah, that's the truth.
Fucking missed it all, huh?
Well, we literally beat the shit out of them. So, and then they just happened to leave.
So, Father, this is a room of the victors.
Yes, we're taking our victory lap, and whatever.
I just don't understand Pepe's version of evolution.
Dude, the DNA that going back for fucking millions of years, there's links there.
Deoxyribonucleic acid. What are we talking about? Like links. What links?
Oh my god.
Yeah, you're talking to a guy that took biomolecular chemistry, so I mean.
So that makes you a geneticist. Amazing.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure I understand quite a bit more than I think you do.
Oh, really? So are you going to tell me that there's, a whole lot has come out on this, especially in the last 2 years. We're talking like from the leading geneticists at Harvard, like David Reich.
What are you saying? Please tell me.
Well, he was saying, first of all, everybody, including himself, they all went by the out of Africa theory, but they're now, from all the information they have now, they don't think that theory was actually how things occurred. Basically, there were so many prehistoric humans that, and of course, you have to understand, like, continents were more connected at different points in time. What used to be North Africa, which is like a dry fucking desert, used to be
We can go all the way back to
Oh my god.
So I looked up, Pepe, I ran this through AI, and it just seems a little ridiculous to me because it says that mutations are permanent changes in the...
Like I was saying, it's a genetic drift. In other words, these little errors, and then, they can either be good or bad, but then they're just...
have different features because they grew up on different, predators, and they had to, fend for themselves, right? But, weapons, and once the Earth stabilizes, then, it becomes a part of what you consider evolution.
Well, it says that models like Alpha G...
Big Bang. Like the universe is a Big Bang. The stars are a Big Bang. The people, us, were a Big Bang. Because if
my ex-girlfriend used to call me Big Bang.
Well, there you go. Evolution is a series of Big Bangs. You know what I mean?
Well, it says that 800,000 years ago, that's when the change happened. And if you look at human history, the Egyptian...
Are you talking about with what, anatomically modern humans?
It says that modern humans, Homo sapiens, evolved from earlier hominins through accumulated mutations. One notable case is a mutation in the AHR gene, AHR, 800,000 years ago, after splitting from Neanderthal, Denisovan lineages that improved resistance to toxins from smoke. This likely helped early humans who used fire more extensively. I mean, look at Doc here. This guy smokes 3 blunts a day and 2 cigarettes. Like, he's evolving himself.
So you have to go. So if you go back even further, first of all, the discovery.
Look at Doc here.
Namely through genes, sometimes through discovery. Like they just found in North Africa a type of I guess you say not quite an anatomically modern human, but almost in North Africa that they never knew existed. It's completely unrelated to every other type of archaic hominid they've discovered. If you go back like fucking 20 million, 13 million years ago, I forget, like the Pierolas, these were like a group of people that were mostly bipedal. They walked on their feet. They formed communities. They likely it was them that learned to eat by cooking food, like accidentally.
Yeah, but that's all theological. That there's no evidence of anything from 21 million years ago.
Then you have other groups. Of course, they constantly go extinct, and then you have other groups.
A million years ago.
I just want to figure out what they used to smoke, like to smoke before Marlboro. Yeah.
No idea when that started.
Like when did people start smoking weed? When did people start smoking cocaine? I mean, obviously, it's a worldly, it's a natural product. So, were people 800,000 years ago?
Yeah,
they were smoking crack.
They were using chemicals, and so human evolution and even intelligence itself, they're synonymous and go hand in hand with chemical usage. The Egyptians in all their hieroglyphics, they have cannabis. Moses smoked cannabis with the burning bush. It's psychedelic chemicals and human imagination, projection, all of these mythology stories. So much of it has to be intertwined. And even in Roman architecture and ancient Hebrew architecture or remnants, they say that like on these.
Well, that kind of makes sense then,
I
mean, basically, you can also.
My thing is, I'm 50 years old. I'm one of the older people in this room, and none of us are like old enough to even remember 21 freaking million years ago. We can think about it, but like what
we have, like over 98% of our genes are shared with fucking chimpanzees. We're literally in the same what is it, subspecies?
Yeah, but I'm not even orangutan.
But we had, like, in terms of for evolution, we had a lot of there was a lot of evolution that obviously took place between the time we are who we are now and I guess our ancestors super far back were fucking.
See, this app is an audio app. So what's interesting about evolution also is that it's the evolution of sound, because all concepts can be related through sound that we can physically make. So the longer that the human project and experiment runs, the more sounds and concepts we can create. And then, in 2026, you create the trenches of Clown House and you get bang rooms. That's like watching a million years of evolution descend into a puddle of genetic R word. And, hello?
So,
hello?
If you're so, if you think all of us are fucking retarded, why don't you come up to the stage and say something?
It's because they can't actually, oh my God, look, we have a live one. Those are some great gauge earrings.
It's hollow, Mr. ChatGPT. What's going on? How are you?
Yeah, no, man. It's been said.
God damn it! Somebody mute Brian.
Oh my bad.
Yeah, fucking mute yourself, asshole.
Hey guys, how you doing?
There we go. Hey Zach. Hey, let's go back on Hollow real quick. Hollow, what's going on?
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's very interesting watching right wingers in their natural habitat. I have a lot of smoke for both sides. I think both of the polarized.
This is a natural
sides are
habitat?
kind of stupid. I don't know who's more dumb, but the whole shit, like, there's been too many things said, like, because you're probably gonna be like, oh, well, tell me a specific thing. So I'll give you a specific theory talking about, well, you know, the out of Africa theory. That's actually, you know, he's basically trying to frame it as like, oh, here's what's happened. Zero evidence.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'll post the link.
Bloviation and evidence.
Okay, sure. So if I give you a link from the leading researcher over at Harvard, and by the way, it's colleagues. That's kind of what they've been talking about. But if I
will be willing to call myself the retard if I somehow totally missed this, but I'm not above it, bro. I'm
actually, you know what the thing is when people, you know, supply
to why you don't think, you know, XYZ should happen. Not everything is like that, but this at that point is an empirical claim.
Wait, Hollow. Hollow, can you hear me?
And if you've got it, then look, maybe I'm a retard.
Hello? Do you know that 13% of the population does 50% of the murders?
Yeah, that's cool. Right now we're focused on this claim that the out of Africa theory, which I'm interested whether people actually know what a theory means versus a hypothesis to begin with. But
yeah,
whether or not
theory and hypothesis seem pretty synonymous.
Something you can't not prove or disprove. Hypothesis is something that you would do conjecture to be able to prove or disprove.
Yep, that's not what a theory is. You don't understand it.
I said hypothesis. Something you can't
right.
prove or disprove.
See, when 13% of the population,
something you can't.
13% of the population,
You sound dumb as fuck.
13% of the population kills 50% of the murders.
I'm just interested whether the
Hello?
empirical claim that was made can actually be backed up. That's all I care about. The other whatever, I don't
So Hollow's basically shots fired at Pepe, and Pepe, he's like, well, Pepe needs to bring a link and all that stuff. So Pepe, what's your response?
Yeah, I'm just getting the link right now.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, and Hollow's just over here, like, you know, talking about empirical fucking, like, ideology. Dude, it's empirical evidence, which is what you use to be able to prove or disprove a hypothesis. The thing about a theorem is that, like, you can theorize it, but you can neither prove.
Oh my God! Look at Stinny. Hey, Stinny.
Like, you know. Like,
hey, Stinny. Hi. Hi, Stinny. My little Stinny boo boo. You never say anything to me.
Cool. I'm with that.
Well, you sound like a retarded faggot the way you keep talking.
God damn it, Bree, you're drunk, dude. Stop.
He's not.
No, he keeps running. Hey, Pepe.
Hello? It's a legitimate question. Hello? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah.
I'm with that. I support freedom of speech. Right?
Hollow, hang on a minute.
Okay.
Pepe, you know what? I give you all permission to just fucking rail on this guy then.
So I'm going to. Well,
the empirical claim being made is counter to the scientific and historical consensus. So I'm just trying to figure out where I went wrong because I kind of do read on this.
Sure. Now I will say, well, I'm pretty sure you're not going to be able to read, absorb everything that's being said. I know I can't. But he generally, when he has been doing some interviews, because he's doing more from analyzing the human genome. it's gonna be discovered that there's not going to be really how do you put it? There's going to be disparities between different groups of people in good ways and bad ways. Basically, kind of giving a warning that some people might be offended or upset by the research. Now, he's been doing the rounds, and he was saying how and most of it is in the term of interviews basically interviews where he's saying he doubts the out of Africa theory. And that was the theory that he originally actually that was his guiding theory. That's what he
Does it really matter whether it's out of Africa or out of the Middle East? Hello?
If you don't mind, bro.
Hello?
I think some other people in the room also said they're willing to let
Okay. This is a one-on-one. I understand, Hollow. Please proceed, Doctor.
There's no disrespect.
So you want to go in a private room with Pepe? Are you gay or something?
You're being too emotional right now.
Well, I mean, why are you making a
emotional? And doesn't seem emotional. You're the only person that seems emotional. I thought
dude, it really is a back and forth between Pepe and Hollow right now.
You, Hollow, and Pepe just go at it for 5 minutes, and then we'll move on after that. Okay.
Go have breakfast. Come back. Cool. we don't gotta beat the dead horse or go crazy. Look, man, we ain't gotta get crazy with it. I'm just saying. At this point, you're the person that's made a claim, and the claim that I understand you to make originally was that the out of Africa theory isn't maybe it's not mainstream or it's not like the consensus. And you quoted, hold on, just let me, because I promise this is gonna make sense. I promise I'm making a coherent point. The example that you gave is this guy. I forget the name that you said. So forgive me on that.
Absolutely.
But you said this guy, and you're saying that this particular person has expressed that they have contradictions, I guess, to the out of Africa theory. Okay, cool. We can work with that. Like, we got a place we can start with. All I'm saying is, bro, like, just show us what you're talking about, because you can be a very good talker, and you can be very, very intelligent. I think you're an intelligent person. I disagree with most of what you say. I don't think that you're exactly dumb, though. I just think that you have the ability, if you're going to make this claim, that you should be able to kind of share something that we could look at, and then, maybe we agree, maybe we don't agree, but if not, then it gets to be, what I'm saying, like, if you're scared to even share the shit, if you're not even willing to just provide some shit, that just starts to look kind of sketchy, because it's like, bro.
No, I get what you're saying. And so, I just to be clear, the claim I made is that that there are geneticists, and particularly David Wright. Now, the reason I brought him up, and I posted a link to one of his interviews where it was about this topic in particular, and it's only like 4 minutes. I claim that he runs the genetics department there at Harvard. So he's not just some random guy. He's considered an authority on this, and he's questioning it. I claim that was the only claim I made. I pretty much have to defer to the experts when it comes to genetics, because it's not my field. I can't, there's nothing I can really do to determine anything on my own. So that was it, and of course that was, the out of Africa theory. I don't, he didn't say that it's not possible or anything. He's saying that they're running across, they're doubting it more and more.
Well, can we cut, like, maybe if I ask this, we can probably cut a large amount of time out of the conversation. Do we agree that the out of Africa theory is a very strong majority consensus, and like, among anybody that has the qualifications to say they know what they're talking about? Like, can we agree on that?
I don't know if it is now, but I would say for the majority of, since I've been on this planet up until, I would say at least the last few years, Yeah, that appeared to be the majority consensus amongst the experts.
Okay, so no. Okay, so he provided a YouTube link. So what we need to do is we need to have Hollow go watch that video and see if it makes sense.
But would it be fair for me to say, okay, what is the part of the video I should be looking at? You know what I'm saying? Is there a kind of a time span I could be looking at? And what's the specific thing that he's saying that like challenges the out of African theory? Because, you know, if I watch the whole fucking video, by the time I come back, everybody's gonna be talking about different shit. Like, it's, you know what I'm saying? It's hard to look at a whole ass YouTube video.
Well, you know.
No worries. I'm gonna rewatch it too, so I'm not gonna like.
So, you know, and Hollow, it's totally up to you how you want to spend your life here. Nobody here will judge you on what you decide to do when you leave the room and you continue to engage with content in other places. That's a you problem, Hollow. But don't be hollow, okay? Try to, you know, realize that life is mostly opinion and the universe is transformation. It's not important. I just brought this up as a bait to bait Pepe about genetic mutation. So I was trying to wonder how we actually got a Pepe in the year 2026 through evolution. The important thing about evolution is that right now, as we talk, we are the furthest level of evolution in human history. And I'm just worried that many of us are R-worded out and brain rotted, and thus, you know, we have a genetic failure, that the mutation isn't advocating for more intelligence. Unfortunately, I'm afraid we actually end up with R-worded, brain-rotted people like yourself or perhaps Pepe.
Actually, you know what? It's been good. It's been good that Hollow came up and he grabbed his balls. And he came up and he said what he said his piece, which is great. I love it. And I'm great, you know, and I'm glad that he questioned somebody and it happened to be Pepe. And okay, you know, that's good. So as evolution comes to this conversation, you know, we can move right along and we can maybe segment into something else or, you know, or whatever. But it's one of those things where I'm glad that Hollow came up and you really question everything with Pepe, and so it's okay. And so now it's time to go back to the video, watch the video, and then maybe at the end of the video, you guys can either come back here, or you guys can.
Father, let's just move on to Donald Trump. Let's get back to Donald Trump, because Trump is the greatest president we've ever had. And we're so lucky on this Memorial Day to have such a wise, intelligent, and strong leader like Donald Trump instead of Kamala Harris, the communist, and Tim Walz, the pedo. Thank God for Donald Trump. Amen. Can I get an amen? Amen. Can I get an amen for Donald Trump? Amen. Donald Trump. Amen. Donald Trump. Amen. Donald Trump, our Lord and Savior.
Holy shit, trying to get higher.
It's gonna be nice.
Hi, how are you? Nice. What's going on, man?
Hey guys, how you doing? How's your Memorial weekend and all that? I had to work. So it was good though. Stuff.
Well, I've watched about 50 porn videos today, so yeah, I'm doing good.
I see.
Dude, your dick must be sore.
Yeah,
no, my dick can't even get up, so fuck. Fuck. It sucks.
So, watch a video of a dude fucking a donkey and order to get excited.
Lately, but yeah, that's cool, man. Yeah, doing all good, man. I really haven't been paying attention too much. Looks like there might be some sort of peace deal. I'm skeptical about that, of course.
Yeah. I think we all are. You know, it's
one of those, right?
I actually, you know, I've been talking with some people that I know within the ZipperNet, and honestly, we're at like 99% there.
As far as what?
when we started this to begin with.
As far as the nuclear shit, right?
Dude, I was fighting these same stupid fucking Jish out of Mahdi back in fucking 2007. That was 20 fucking years ago. It's the same fucking people.
But they're our friends. Just kidding. No, it's pretty wild, man. A lot of those. I'm being sarcastic about it. But no, a lot of those IEDs that were destroying like armored vehicles they were copper plated or copper lined. They were from the IRGC. Specifically designed to
Yeah, it's called an EFP, explosively formed projectile.
Yes.
Yeah, you make a bowl. You make a bowl that's like 1 inch thick out of copper, and you take a steel pipe that's like 8 inches in diameter, and then you shove that bowl on top of all the explosives, and pack it down like it's a cannon, and then you throw it at a vehicle. And the path of least resistance is through the copper, but when it throws it at like an Abrams tank, the liquid copper goes through the reactive armor.
See, now, how the fuck did they figure that out? Right? I mean, I'm just curious. Physics? I guess physics, right? Yeah. That's wild, dude. It really is. And then looks like Cuba's going to be next. Cuba's
on this Memorial Day, I would like to say, let me get like 20 seconds with 5 seconds right here of piece of silence. Okay, in 2008, Corporal Mixon, he was from Louisiana. He was a 19-year-old kid. He was driving a striker. Right shit there I was back down Iraq. And this EFP went off, and when he got hit, it went through the driver's cab of the striker. And when I finally got up to where he was, the whole back of his head was knocked the fuck off. Like, there's no saving this dude. And then he was 19, and he'd gone home on like on.
I wanted to ask a few people today because I know there's a lot of people that don't like our military. They don't like, our government, which is understandable. I just, that's really what offended me so much about this whole, during this Iran thing. It just seemed like we had so many Americans where they're sent, right? But shitting on them is not cool, so.
Bro, dude, I was a medic and they shit on me all the time on this app.
Nice. Should we change the topic?
No, it's Memorial Day. Why would we change the topic on Memorial Day?
You're not listening to me. There's a title.
I hear you, Rafi. But what's the title? Palestina? It's not a real place.
Oh, we know that. The question is,
it's the Ottoman Empire. You want to go back, 500 years?
I'd be okay with
like the Ottoman Empire controlling Palestina?
I'd be alright with changing the title, bro. This whole Palestine fucking Israel conflict to me is pretty. It's just a dead fucking horse. On this app especially. You do whatever you want.
What do you boys think of the title today? You guys want something American?
It's not my fault you don't know how to fight.
God, it's the internet, man. It's the internet, man. Yeah, I don't care, man. Whatever you guys want.
Well, Rabboni Shalom, let's just talk about how the liberals on this app project all their fascist, socialist, communist ideology onto Donald Trump all the time, and they project and project and project and project. And, they fail to realize that they are what they are criticizing. And Donald Trump is a fair and equitable and, justice and law enforcement-based president. And Thank God today we are thanking God for Donald Trump and not Kamala, the cackling communist Harris, who would have destroyed and deconstructed. Fuckers are on their knees, and hopefully we get a deal of some sort. But if they break that deal, thank God we got a backup.
Bobby brought up Kamala Harris. Guys, think about where we might be if we had Kamala Harris as president, Liz Cheney as defense secretary, because apparently that's who they were going to confirm. It was going to be Liz Cheney as a defense secretary. Man, we'd have been fucking appeasing the fucking crisis. On top of this, Hana virus, they would have shut down the entire fucking country, the entire world. Think about if the Democrats had been running the fucking show. They would not have lost this opportunity to shut things down and pump in more pharmaceuticals. And then, like I say, Kamala Harris would have been appeasing the Iranians, giving them more ability to be a fucking threat. And we would have been at the brink of...
It's worse than that, because with COVID-19 and the platform censorship lock, that's what they would have done. They would have shut X down. They would have shut Elon Musk down, and we would have total censorship gridlock, and we would be in a war. It is pure destiny and providence that Donald John Trump is our president.
It really is. I mean, if you don't believe in the Bible, folks, then, I mean, the Christians are fucking... We believe in this shit, but this is like surreal what's happening. I mean, it's really that's surreal what's happening. It's all part of the plan, it seems. But yeah, man, it's just crazy what would happen if we would have Kamala. You know, we would have been really sick. But trust me, if these Democrats get power back, they're really going to be fucking shit up. They're going to be so mad. They're going to be so unhinged to try to gain power back that, Joe's right. They'll probably put us in concentration camps, man.
That's what Democrats do. The Democrats put the Japanese in concentration camps. They are actually concentration camp experts.
Well, they were talking about packing the Supreme Court, making, Puerto Rico and D.C. a state.
Vaccinated yet, they'll let how many millions of unvaccinated into the country, all for votes. So you're fucking right, man. As soon as they get power back, and it's inevitable, eventually they probably will get their power back in some capacity. And yeah, it's going to be a Democrat revenge tour, bro. And people like me are going to be a threat to democracy. We're going to be fucking, it's going to be wild what's going to happen to us guys.
I would straight up put you in. I mean, if I was in power, I'd put you in a fucking concentration.
Oh gosh, I don't want to even. You're going to do that thing because you're kind of fruity, bro. So you worry me. You probably have a weird crush on me or like that. So I don't want to hear what you got to say about that.
Okay, that would earn you a stay in the black part of the concentration.
But no shit, man. That's gonna be scary. And I'm just saying this as a Christian. I don't think we're gonna be here in the end times, folks. I mean, not even vaguely mentioned in the Bible. And what's stopping Israel from being marched on? America alone, pretty much. And there's a lot of anti-Israel hate. As soon as America ends that support.
What is stopping Israel from being marched on? They have an armed population trained in military warfare from 18 on up. What the fuck are you talking about? They have millions of soldiers.
I mean, it's not enough there, John. It's not enough to fight the fucking world. Think about the world. The Bible talks about many countries marching on Israel, bro. That's not something I'm making up. That's in the...
Bro, that's called fucking philosophy and metaphors, my friend. You failed to see the metaphor. I'm sorry, but if you can't see the metaphor, you should try to use AI to ask what that metaphor might mean. It's not literal, Mountain. It's about personal development. Hate to break the big news to you. Talk to Bry here. He knows that the temple is in between your ears and near your temples. It's a metaphor, Mountain. Hello?
Your ears are the gates that allow your temple to be able to hear what you hear. If you let evil shit in your temple and your brain, you learn evil shit. Your ears are what you listen to. But if you want to be a dumb fuck, be a dumb fuck.
Well, it sounds. You two definitely made the final word.
Jason, what's up?
Americans.
You smoke crackers up there or what?
Enlightened people. Oh my God, you can't deal with intelligent people. Are you okay, little guy? Are you gonna be okay, little guy?
Fuck yeah, it is.
Scotty drunk, like, what's going on?
It's fucking
No, I'm laying in bed talking to your bitch ass.
Hey, Jason, say bottle of water. Jason, say bottle of water. Bottle of water.
That, I'm less than 160 pounds. How fat do you think I am?
Bottle of water.
Why do you sound like Helen Keller when you say it like that? Bro, you're not even smart enough to keep up with the conversation.
Roll your blunts if you got them, folks.
Bro, I'm laying in bed. I'm about to go to sleep. Y'all been
Yeah, I mean, let's just get back again to the difference between a metaphor and something literal, as if there's something new under the sun. You know, whoever's been living in the Middle East, well, a lot of those people, their families have been there a very long time. If you live here in America, we just hit 250 years. That's nothing compared to some families and some, ethnicities. They've been there for thousands of years. So the point is, 2026, this is the now. And just listen to what people say, and you can see how intelligent they are, what knowledge they have, or lack thereof. Hello?
So the one thing is Iran is actually, there was a thing. It was the oldest civilization. Iran, yeah, crazy, yeah.
No, Iran's pretty cool. Persia, have you seen their wells? Or hand-dug wells?
Fuck Iran. Look, I'm Muslim, bro.
Hey man, we don't care. If you're gonna be retarded, bro, mute up.
People think Iran and Islam is no Americans are trying to push that narrative. Iran is not Islam.
Bro, you're dumb.
What are you Iranian? You Persian? You said that.
Am I Persian?
What are you up to tonight? I run so far away.
Doc, I thought you said you were muted up.
It was fun though.
Try to get away.
Wish we were spilling.
Not me. Not me.
America's a veteran from I thought was a veteran. That's a real nigga veteran.
Jason, how much crack did you smoke?
But only sell that to your march, bro, to your whole G.
How much crack? How much did you smoke?
Nigga, I only sell that to your moms.
Oh yeah.
Well, let's just be honest. This app has some brain rotted out R words that can't contribute more than one less than intelligent sentence of absolute meaningless drivel. As you just witnessed, there are men.
Say the most intelligent thing you can say, John. Go ahead.
Well, the more you think, the more you speak with Pepe, the further from the truth you are gonna get.
Amazing. Amazing.
Actually, that's from the Dalai's End.
But I will just remind everyone that 13% of the U.S. population is responsible for 50% of all the heinous murders. And that 13% population happens to be...
Oh, it's over 50%. It's over 50%.
Oh, absolutely. And so, I mean, I just saw something in the news about 3 young African-American men that murdered a mother on her driveway, stole her car, and put 8 rounds in her. And all I got to say is, until we have capital execution in this country, we will never, ever, ever save America, because real value requires capital execution. Real values. Hello?
Bro, you wouldn't want to know what I would do with a Christmas tree in Rockefeller Center. I'd have a whole bunch of Christmas ornaments that were different.
In other words, a bunch of dead black people hanging from each fucking branch. Christmas on a Christmas tree.
Why are you living in those?
How about you answer the question?
Dumb rednecks like you from
I asked you a specific question and you didn't answer it. Still didn't answer it. Yeah, boy. I said what? Still didn't answer it. Yeah, boy. I said when Jesus said, like, you know, you should get slapped, you turn the other. No gayness, bro. You don't even understand what turning the other cheek means.
I don't know what you did with your sister or your mom did with her brother when she had you. I don't know what you did with your sister or your mom did with her brother when she had you. What?
I bet you're a dick, bro. Is you insulting me make you smarter than me because you couldn't answer the question?
Fuck both you rednecks. Fuck both of you. Suck my fucking dick.
I tell you what's crazy is you are such a flaming homosexual, and then you say like gay and shit, just like crazy, bro. Stop with the projection.
Fucking sick. Now suck my dick.
Yeah, okay, man. That's what he wants a man to do.
Now suck my dick.
Yeah, okay, man. That's what he wants a man to do. Come on.
You guys are a bunch of...
This is what's up your butt. A couple times a week.
You live in like the most beautiful part of Montana. Oh my god, it's so partial.
Yeah, well, one time, but you know, white people like us fucking made it nice. So.
Hi, Bri.
You sick fuck. Peace, love, health, and love.
You know who doesn't make it nice is the Blackfoot, the Crow. Those people.
Fucking made it nice. So.
Hi, Bri.
You sick fuck. Peace, love, health, and love.
You know who doesn't make it nice is the Blackfoot, the Crow.
Hey, bro, we outnumber them now. I mean, who cares?
No, I know you don't. Actually, I have a half brother who's half Blackfoot.
Yeah, I mean, we got all my family is from
He's
Brown.
dirty, stinking. You know, it's not my stage. So
that's a place where, if you wanted to, I mean, not want to, but that's a place where you could actually get murdered as brownie or like.
Well, I know. They actually scalp people. They're gross.
I mean, just people actually get murdered there a lot. I mean, fucking stupid. Yeah.
Drunk fucking Indians, dude, raising hell.
Even me too. I feel the same way, bro.
Well, that's kind of.
God, that's much stupid.
It's kind of a ridiculous thing to say, and you know, I have a book on Native American wisdom. It's very profound and very deep.
The reality is, if you grow up,
the truth is about Indian philosophy is if you can say it, it is not true. Again, if you can say it, it is not. Hello? Hello?
Shut your fucking black mouth, you pussy.
Hello? If you can say it, it is not true.
Yes, hello.
But no, you literally are going to be unlikely. What is it? Shut your fucking. Look, Indians don't shut your black whitey mouth.
Holy shit. It's true though. I mean, all my cousins who live on the reservation, they all had to join the military to even have an opportunity because there's nothing there, bro.
Yeah, there's nothing. You're in the middle of nowhere. It's dirt poor. There's no industries there. There's nothing to fucking do. I mean, the sad reality is the only way you can generally really make it is to get off the fucking reservation, and that's one of the biggest complaints they have. They don't want to leave home, but there's no opportunity for them. Like it's a really fucked up place to grow up.
Yeah, well, welcome to America, where guess what? Uncle Samite can save your ass if you live in a trench somewhere in Dakota or Montana or even Alabama or Louisiana. All it requires is for you to be disciplined, to live the life of a soldier. Many of you, like Pepe here, have never stood at attention and saluted or listened to taps at night before going to bed.
Do you know who has a higher enlistment rate per capita than white people? Native Americans. So I mean, once again, these people they definitely a lot of them step up and they serve for their country.
Isn't that amazing? A Native American from a Dust Bowl little shit town Pueblo is more patriotic than Dr. Pee-Pee, a 1990s self-proclaimed Democrat. Pee-Pee here, a 1990s Democrat.
No, I've been a Republican my whole life.
No, you're not a Republican, and you admitted that you're a 1990s Democrat.
If you were going to put me next to fucking Bill Clinton in the 1990s, or Joe Biden in 1990, or a lot of these, dude, they are literally further to the right than almost all of MAGA today. You can sit here and say, oh, that's bullshit, but it's absolutely fucking true.
No, it's not true because you say it. And the fact that you say it makes it not true.
Trump is a goddamn...
The fact that you say it makes 100% not true. Exactly. That's a fact.
Nobody cares what you have to say, Impact.
The fact is...
Shut your fucking Negro mouth.
I don't need to actually respond to you. I just want to let everybody here know that what Pepe said is 100% incorrect. 100%.
Okay, tell me how Trump is further to the right. Then, hey, look, you zesty little Negro.
You have the
calm
list
down.
of a cocksucker.
No, okay, you can just shut your zesty sodomite Negro mouth. Like, Changuito che mayate. You like easy monkeys, you know? So, as we were saying, please let the white man talk. We don't need you just like...
Are you a white man or are you a spit?
Okay, you keep on using your shrimp sucking lips to just like blurt out like random bullshit when I'm talking, but you're not actually.
Please shut
I'll tell you what. Go ahead and say something. Go ahead, say something smart. Say something smart.
Equals MC squared.
No, Negro. Regarding the conversation, say something smart. Say something that would entertain us, and we'd be like, "Oh my god, that is a good point." Just go ahead.
Besides the one on top of your head.
We're waiting. You can't do it.
I'm waiting for a good time.
You're an ankle bite. You're an ankle biter. That's what you do in a conversation. You ankle bite, but you don't actually have something to say or a fucking point. Okay, that's it.
For sure.
Well, I mean, you weren't saying shit that was entertaining.
Okay, then say something better.
All you're doing is personally attacking people. So
Yeah.
you're being the ankle biter. I'm not personally.
Yep, it's all projection.
You're just personally attacking people, not their points.
It's all projection all the time. 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 All projection all the time.
I didn't. You can say it's projection. I'm asking you how.
It's all projection all the time with you, little peepee. What we're trying to say here is I kind of had, I think a lot of politics and global politics is just like totally tribal and, gangsterism, if you will, or gangs. And so what I'm trying to say is I got some neighbors right now that are exploding fireworks. No, I don't answer Pepe's question. I answer questions if I want to answer questions. This is what Pepe does. It always becomes the Pepe show. And he's not a moderator here tonight, thank God. Thank God he's not a moderator tonight, because when Pepe monologues, he goes for hours, and then eventually it goes into his feelings and about how he hasn't had a girlfriend. And, oh yeah, it just goes on and 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 on. It never ends. It just never ends with Pepe. He just keeps talking and talking and talking and talking and talking and talking and projecting and projecting and projecting all the time, over and over again. It's exhausting from a recorder's perspective.
So you go to sleep earlier. Fuck.
Someone who has to record Clubhouse all the time for a living eventually gets a little tired of the Pepe monologue because it's very redundant, actually.
Anybody who records Clubhouse for a living should be tired of fucking living, just to be honest.
Wow. Well, I mean, that's a passive income, and if you don't know how to do it, you're an idiot.
But he only gets like 100 shut the fuck up already. Views at most, and so he's obviously not really getting paid doing this. So I mean, but they're useless. useful for if you weren't in a recorded room, you can go to one of his. This is where he's a useful.
I've known him for 5 years. Who do you think brought me on the fucking app?
Yeah. Amazing. Yeah, amazing.
Dude, Pepe, you're just a Corsican French guy that wants to be a Catholic, Reformed American.
Okay, you guys are a bunch of dirty niggers and fucking rednecks. That's all you guys are.
Niggers and rednecks.
See, that's actually Pepe's inferiority complex and lack of self-confidence speaking when he makes ad hominem projection like N-word and rednecks.
Not really, because okay, not really, but okay, all right, amazing. What's funny is you got this ad. You You've always been a fucking nobody. And yeah, I was somebody that would draw a crowd back when that was the name of the game on this fucking app. And nobody knows who you are, finds you interesting. You lazy, stupid, low IQ fucking miscreant. Shut the fuck up. You whiny bitch, quit biting on my ankles.
Hey, I am. Whose man is this?
Hey, by the way, just hang on a minute. So I've been letting you guys just go back and forth and talk all your shit the last fucking half an hour because I was kind of busy. But now that I have a few minutes, basically, we're gonna clean house here in a few minutes. So.
Wait, so talk about something interesting?
Yeah, talk about something else.
Yeah. Not the topic of the room. The topic of the room has a lot of potential, I think.
Well, there you go. Well, why don't you start talking about the potential of the room then?
I don't feel like this guy's going to be very, lovable.
No, just let him try me. I want to see the crash and burn.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, of course.
Impact. The mic is on you. Let me see. Is America the best country in the world?
Fuck him, I know. I haven't been to many countries, but I suspect that how one answered this is going to be proportionate to the fairness of your skin, generally speaking.
So the melatonin density?
How do you say that? And why do you say
that? Because black people don't love America.
No, I don't think that's a true statement.
So you believe that?
Well, then why would you say that, America has anything to do with racial epithets?
1 second.
And racial epithet is like nigger. What is that? Who said anything about racial epithets?
Okay, again, don't listen to
Well, he said that, if somebody's going to answer this
one skin color better than the rest of the world. What happened? Brother? Whatever skin color you have in your head, right? I see skin colors, every skin color would always do better in America. So my question is, where do you see one skin color doing better in the world than America? Any skin color, yellow, black, white, where do you see them doing better than America?
I don't know if that's a solid question. Where do I see a skin color doing better than in America?
Correct. The opportunities. Be either black, be either white, yellow, brown, doesn't matter the skin color.
Well, those are skin colors. Those are racial identities.
Those skin colors. They just named you tones, some colors, correct?
Yeah, but those are racial identities. Those aren't skin colors. Now, I didn't say anything about racial.
What's a skin color? No, retarded when you have skin color.
Yeah, so there's light reflects from the pigments in human skin, and there's a spectrum of colors that are reflected. Those are skin colors. Black is a color or the absence of light. White is a whole other color, but neither of those are shades of human skin. Those are racial entities.
So what did you
entitled.
Skin color? Again, what did you figure out?
You're the one who made the claim that depending on your complexion. So, yeah, is that based on identity or the color of your skin?
I think I mentioned skin colors, not racial identity.
You said skin colors. That's what I'm asking. Skin colors. So now I ask you, what is one skin color? Correct? Or again, I don't know how to explain it otherwise. Where would a black person do better than America, get better opportunities? Where would a white person get better opportunities than America? Brown, yellow, or any other color?
You're trying to make this a racial issue, and I mentioned nothing about race.
I know, I'm asking about skin color.
You said skin color, which is literally correlated with race to the utmost degree.
No,
yes, it is.
No, it's not actually.
Okay, I don't know what you're talking about when the sun fucking hits your pigmentation, the colors change. Where is one black person gonna do better during the daytime and nighttime than America? Where the fuck is one white person gonna do better than fucking daytime, nighttime than America? You wanna fucking act stupid now? I'm asking a fucking simple question. You made that fucking stupid statement. As I understand, you're black, right?
No, I do not identify as black.
You do not. Okay. Well, this is fucking. Okay, if I see you on the fucking streets as a white person, I'm gonna identify you as a black person. Let's say it this way. If Pappy sees you
with Israel and Palestine, literally nothing. And they just kind of, they'll hear some like narratives and like buzzwords like, oh, apartheid.
Narrative.
No, but they give a narrative. Okay, the pro-Palestinian side gives a narrative using those terms. They're trying to paint a picture. That's how propaganda works. And then,
No, but I don't think, in fact, you were as honest as maybe you should have been, because I think what you said was
I don't use terms like white supremacy, and black. They're mostly bullshit terms. They're really not well defined, and they don't make for good conversation. So I very willfully said like the tone of one's skin, because as you know, I would assume that Meta, you identify as being a black person. Is this a true statement?
Yes, I identify as a black man.
I like the way you said it. You sound like Cleveland Brown. Meta?
my fault, bro. I was washing my hands, but yeah.
Okay. So Meta identifies as a black man. Now, watch this. Meta, have you ever heard the term passing?
Yeah.
Okay. So would you say that people who are like successfully passing would characterize the United States as being a great country more often than folks who do not pass?
I think that point, I agree. I think people who, but just to provide nuance.
But when you guys say passing, but that's not about racial identity, right?
Well, sure. But when you guys have to clarify these. You're using your own lingo when it comes to passing.
We'll get to it.
Okay, are you talking about white passing?
Yeah.
One second. That's what I was about to do. I think that what you said, Impact, is true, but we have to take into account the people who are ethnically black but can pass for white because they're phenotypically ambiguous are doing so because they want proximity to power, right?
Like who? Who would be allowed to pass?
Bro, you have to research.
Oh, there's lots of people who pass.
Well, no. I'm being dead serious. I've spent a lot of time around white nationalists. But she's obviously anomalous. Like a light skinned black. Okay, to white people who care. Okay, about that are
20th century, but there were people who you would not be able to tell were black, bro, who you would think were white unless.
Okay, but they're not black. Is there only like they're even then? I would say if you're an octoroon, you're somebody who you were likely raised by basically white parents, and so there's nothing really.
I've seen folks who have parents that are microaggressions, and in their families they are very, very, very skinny. They are indistinguishable from folks who are identified as white parents.
Okay, you came on here, so you can see the title of the room. But they end up sending their kids here to get educated. So, no, I quite frankly, black people do better in the United States than anywhere else. Metrically, you're not going to be able to find a place where black people do better. That's.
Do you identify as a black person, Pepe?
That's irrelevant.
I hear that you judge that it's irrelevant, but it was a question, and I think it stands.
We know I'm not black. We know I'm not black, so that's why it's
I
important.
don't know what you are. That's why I asked. So you assumed that I was black when you were calling me a nigger and all that. But
I didn't call you. I didn't actually.
Well, I know in America, the highest percentage globally, they're most millionaires that are blacks. They get the opportunity.
Demographic raise because America is a system that is good because it is constantly destabilizing other nations. So, of course, if you have a mansion and all of your furniture is imported from other houses that are derelict, and you're wondering why people are coming to your house, probably because you spend so much money destabilizing other cultures.
Oh, so it's a giant structural white racist conspiracy. Got it. No personal responsibility, no knowledge, no trade, just complaining. I understand completely what you're saying. Well, thank you very little for adding no more value than when I first got here. Congratulations.
As worthless as the conservatives that are clearly
Somebody's a little triggered.
With what they actually mean. You have this black grievance identity that's wrapped in a lot of third worldism, because you're mentioning,